short when you sit down.
I've been a marketing PAO for about a year and a half. I was qualified before, I was a firefighter. I cover all of our social media, digital marketing, and all of our graphic design, and then a lot of the analytics stuff on the back end. And before I joined, I didn't know how to use any of like editing apps, so I'm pretty good at Adobe now.
Awesome. All right, next person.
Hi, I'm Kathy Allen. I'm with SMTV. I'm Stratcom, social media, marketing, everything there down at the schoolhouse. I do everything you can think of from graphic design, videos, newsletters, literally everything. Help create course materials, stuff like that. Things I've learned on the job, the military. I have no prior service knowledge. I've been in the position for 4.5 years. I'm actually the only person that's ever been in this position. They've never had someone else. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what everyone has going on here, and I'm excited to learn what I don't know.
All right, awesome. Next person.
AJ Scott. I'm the deputy commander of the SMTV. Callie works for me. I have no idea anything about PAO, marketing, digital media, nothing. That's why she works for me. Yeah, unique thing I learned on the job is I'm starting to learn because I had to take over from the guy that was there before me. You know, it has to be government personnel to sign for everything, approve everything. So I want to make sure I'm not going to do anything that'll send either me or my commander to jail.
Awesome. All right, Specialist Hutton.
Yeah, Specialist Hutton. So I'm a little unique, and I've only been in this position for about a week.
Oh, okay, Roger. All right, go ahead and pop a squat. All right, we'll move it to the front. Was it Mississippi?
Sergeant Fowler, I work for the city guard. I'm a marketing NCO / social media. We kind of have broken into two different teams. I've been there for right at about 2 years. I'm on ADOS, and my jobs and responsibilities, like I said, we're kind of a split team, so we share things. So we do everything from taking pictures, editing pictures, video, posting to social media, coming up with ideas. It's all between us three. The unique thing I learned on the job, I would probably say video editing. I had no idea what I was doing. Still don't.
All right, Sergeant Chappelle.
Hey guys, I'm Sergeant Chappelle. I am the social media manager for Army headquarters at CHQC. I have been in position for a little bit over a year now. Prior to doing this, I was a social media manager back in 2017 for 3 years with the Recruiting Retention Battalion. Unique things I learned while on the job is different editing tools to use for my pictures and videos, such as CapCut.
All right, awesome. Right here.
I'm Sergeant Hill. I'm from Ohio. I'm a marketing NCO. I'm just the assistant to our NCOIC, and then have slight oversight when it comes to our virtual recruiting team.
Oh, you guys do have one?
Yeah, it's not bad.
I know he's been trying to do one. Awesome.
Talk
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
I don't have that much oversight over social media because we have a civilian contractor and then some ADOS that work on that, so that's not bad. A unique thing I've learned is, I guess, I don't know, I was outside of recruiting and then just came in and learned about how that whole process works.
Yeah.
From the street to enlistment, but.
Awesome.
Hey everybody, I'm Jake. I am the social media marketing director for Ohio. I have been in marketing for about a decade now, 5 with Ohio. Job responsibilities. I am in charge of lead acquisition, social media contracting, well, as far as the marketing side of things. So setting up campaigns, making sure that we're able to grab leads and send them to our VR team. Unique thing I learned on the job. SEO, it's a theory of mine. I like to write papers for this kind of thing. So SEO, search engine optimization for social media, making sure that we are listed above PAO at any certain time. Competition. It's always competition. And then fleshing out marketing.
Nice. And we'll go right here to Indiana, the famous.
Roger Garza from Indiana. I'm the social media NCO. There's only two of us though, so it's kind of more than that. It's all the duties, responsibilities kind of split down the middle, or whoever's there and available that day. I have been in marketing for about 5 years. Kind of started on ADOS and OTOT, and then made it APR. Unique things I've learned that will teach you everything, because that's how I learned everything. I was like a construction worker, so learn anything.
Awesome. Yep.
Hi, Sergeant Walker. I just joined the Mississippi marketing team. This is all new to me. ADOS orders, so there's a lot to learn. It's all brand new.
What'd you say about my mom? All right, next.
Staff Sergeant Burton here from Mississippi as well. I'm a social media NCO, and I've technically been in marketing for like 4 years. I started out on ADOS. I'm ADR now. My job and responsibilities have kind of fluctuated through the years. Currently, I'm doing a little bit of the marketing duties as well as the social media stuff, digital media. And one unique thing I learned is kind of how to balance my workload with life. So.
Yeah. All right, Oregon.
All right, I'm Sergeant Stansbury. I'm the digital marketing CEO. I've been in position for about 5, almost 6 years now. ADOS, I'm hoping to get ADR this year. I do pretty much everything digital marketing for the state. If it has any type of good idea period, they push it to me. One thing I learned on the job was YouTube. Like, YouTube's the killer. If you don't know it, you don't know how to YouTube, you're gonna run.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, I'm Sergeant Cohen. I am the digital marketing and public affairs CEO for the New Jersey National Guard. I've been in public affairs for about 3 to 3.5 years, and in digital marketing for about 1.5 years. As far as my responsibilities go, I basically everything that you'd imagine that 46-year would in a unit. And when it comes to digital marketing, just managing the website, working on creatives, managing the social media, and basically everything you manage that. When it comes to what I learned, it is definitely a trial by fire. You're always learning. You're never going to be someone who knows everything. That's why it's important to network. That's what I learned.
Yeah. All right, Master Sergeant.
Hi, my name is Master Ramagamian. I'm from New Jersey as well. I'm not in marketing at all. I'm actually a section chief for one of the up north, probably the best up north team in New Jersey. So we're producing about 200 enlistments a year. I was supposed to be the marketing SEO, but they wouldn't take me out of the field because of my production. So I came here just to learn and to take some of that stuff back to Jersey and utilize it for my team, because the way Jersey works is like split in half, and he works more down south. So I want to bring more of the knowledge that you guys have to up north in Jersey, so that he doesn't have to go crazy all the time.
Oh, Sergeant, did you take leave to be here?
I took leave to be here on my own dime. Luckily,
Yeah.
I have family out here.
Yeah.
My wife's from here, so just want to better my team.
Yeah.
And this is the best way.
We feel honored. Thank you. All right, New Mexico.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Sergeant First Class Romero, marketing NCOIC from New Mexico. I've been in marketing for 19 months. The reason I know that is because the day I started marketing was the day my son was born. So I'm a one-man shop in New Mexico. So I do all the PRs, contracts, try to do social media, everything that a marketing team or person does. Unique thing I learned while on the job. When they told me I was coming to marketing, I thought it was going to be easy. But boy, was I wrong. So happy to be here and learn from all of you guys.
Awesome. All right, next, Georgia.
Hey, I'm Sergeant First Class Walker, and I'm the digital media manager for the Georgia National Guard. And I've been in marketing since last August. I've been on R since 2023. Came off from street recruiting. And my position is a little bit more unique, this is going around a lot, but actually front of text, I still go to my unit as a 46 Zulu, so I'm actually team leader for the 473rd year public affairs support element. So I've been a PAO since officially March 2018. And I would say that one of the biggest things that I learned that's pretty unique, PAOs are not really necessarily trained to be marketers, so just learning about marketing and a lot of data analytics, which I'm slowly becoming more and more obsessed with. That's something that I've been learning a lot more since like Canva, about email marketing campaigns, and how to actually manage a whole website for a whole state. So that's one of the most unique, and I think probably the best thing I've learned since I've been the digital marketing manager.
All right, the famous South Dakota.
I'm Staff Sergeant Daniel Ward. So I've been a PAO for 8 years. I've been in marketing for 2 years now. I'm just a marketing NCO. I work for some other guys. But I do social media, but I also do graphic design, and we have a print shop, and we kind of do it all in the shop. So I principally do the social media and the management on that end, but I also wear several other hats as well, and push boxes and RPI and all that good stuff. So
Yeah, that seems like it's all the states. We do everything. All right, we'll jump across the table.
Staff Sergeant Marchman from Georgia. I'm a marketing NCO. I've been on the team now for just over a year. Just managing marketing overall, all aspects, social media, anything to do with marketing, just managing the whole operation. What I learned, most important is networking. Just being in marketing, there's so much we need to know. Being able to call someone, text someone, reach out, that's been the biggest resource for me since I've been here.
Okay, awesome. All right, next.
Hi, I'm Staff Sergeant Melissa Trimley. I'm the RPI manager and graphic designer for the Massachusetts National Guard. I was ADOS for 3 years, just about, and now I've been AGR for about 3 years. Basically, I do any sort of print, so like banners, flyers, posters, all of that stuff. I don't really have any experience with video or anything like that. So I'm very hoping to learn more about that. And a unique thing I learned, just marketing in general. I didn't come from a marketing background at all. My degree wasn't in that. So I just marketing in general.
Awesome. And we'll go ahead and jump over to Master Sergeant Johnson.
I am Master Sergeant Johnson. I am the Booker's Chief for California. I am a federal technician. I've been in service for about 20 years and public affairs for about 10. And my job and responsibilities is pretty much all public affairs assets in California. Those are my troops. So I don't know very much about marketing, and that's why I've been trying to learn from RRB and really thankful to be here today.
All right, you break you by. All right, next.
I'm Specialist Buck. I'm relatively new to public affairs. I've been MJ on the job for about 2 years, but not officially trained until August of last year. I feel like I'm learning new things every time I go out on mission. And I feel like this is super important because I hear a lot of people saying I have no idea about marketing. So I hope to learn from everybody here today.
All right, awesome.
Hi everyone, I'm Sachin Lay. I am a new GDOS for the PAO for the Army Division. I saw a lot of familiar faces here. We went to Bintos together recently and graduated around October last year. That being said, I've been in PAO since October, but my civilian background, I have my first bachelor in marketing and my second bachelor is in film. And I worked in the film business for 10 years. So I came in with experience from the civilian world, and the Army teaching me how to do film and how to tell stories for the Army. My job and responsibilities for my new position is to produce a docuseries for the Army Division. This is brand new. So we will go through a lot of planning and then look up, and I'm working on the first episode. So hopefully that will come fruitful. Anything I learned while on the job is that we have to be a jack of all trades. We have to learn a lot of things. We have to be the person in front of the camera, the host, the cameraman, the operator, the editor, the writer, graphic designer. We have to do everything. And also PAO, also do social media. So I hope to be here today to learn a little bit more about marketing, on top of, what I've been working on. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. All right, next person.
I'm Sergeant Turner with the California National Guard. Previously came from the 148th Ken, and now I'm over with recruiting and retention. This is my third month here. As for my position, I'm a OT, so I'm a recruiter, and not full badge recruiter, but I've had no experience in marketing. I'm pretty much fresh to all this. I'm trying to absorb it all with you guys. As for the unique things that I've learned, like I said, be flexible. I also believe this organization has a lot of potential for people. It changed my life, so I want to make it fun for other people because that's the experience I have. So when I come into marketing and also when I recruit, I want this to be a cool place because I am going to see these people again. So that's what I'm doing.
Awesome. All right, next.
I'm Sergeant Jerome. I'm our NCO, so I recruit as well. Length in marketing, absolutely nothing. But growing up in the digital world, maybe forever. Order type, I'm AGR. Job and responsibilities, I'm a recruiting retention NCO, so my job is to recruit. And unique thing I learned while on the job is if they offer volunteer training, nobody will be here. So I was like, great, that's one step up the ladder. I know nobody else will be here if that's recruiting retention. And I know that the next step forward is digital and media recruiting. So if you gear up on that, then you can be even more successful. So yeah, that's my.
Awesome. And I'm going to invite my OIC up, and he's going to introduce the California team. So Chief Warrant Officer 2 Berrigan, he's the mastermind of California, and we're kind of just the minions that just kind of follow through, but the floor is yours.
So, just real quick, I don't need that right now. I believe our XO is coming in here in a couple minutes. Major Kim, she'll be here in a couple minutes. She's gonna come up here and talk. I'm just gonna preface before she gets here, just checking it out. She came on board, like second year in marketing, and really understood the importance of digital marketing, digital media. And so I came out of the recruiting field. Came out of recruiting, I had a little TikTok channel, and I did a lot of recruiting on TikTok, right? And realized just how important social media and digital media was when it came to recruiting. We got brought over to marketing, transitioned from more just, everyone has met in their states, mobile event teams, or marketing event teams, whatever you guys call it, right? If you don't, that was primarily how California marketing did their marketing. It was Met and t-shirts and backpacks. That was it, that was their marketing, right? And then when I came on board, recruiting field, my work hours were different than they are now, right? And I said I didn't want my NCOR time NCOR based off of the work ethic of a vast majority of recruiters, right? So everyone knows that there's some recruiters that work really hard and there's recruiters that barely work. And I didn't want my NCR based off of those ones that barely work. So how do you do that? Push your leads. If I can get more leads to the recruiting field, then I know that it's less work for them. They can just, if they're hard workers, they're going to have the leads in addition to what they're bringing themselves. If they're lazy recruiters, they don't have to leave their desk. Just sit there, call your hot leads, and then I did my job to help get those leads there. So we transitioned from more of a Met-based marketing team to digital, right? Sergeant Riley came on board within my first year. We had a difference of, what do I want to call it? Difference of.
You can send it. It's cool. This is a safe space.
Our previous social media NCO, me and her didn't necessarily see eye to eye on the future of California or social media. Sergeant Riley, me and him, right off the bat, just saw eye to eye on everything. I come up with this guy some crazy crap. Okay, I want this done. And there's never I can't do that. I don't know how to do that. That's impossible. Like, I'll figure it out. And he'll sit on YouTube for the next 72 hours straight trying to figure out how to make that happen. And what's that?
They didn't do anything else.
Yeah, they did.
So funny, I almost fell off my dinosaur. How about that?
So with that, social media, right? Social media at the time. And then as we started to develop our program, we realized that it's not necessarily social media, it's digital media, right? Because there's more than just social media. Who in here just does social media? We all, well, yeah, all right. Everyone else here that wants to recruit you, you do more than social media, safe to say, right? So why call yourself social media sales? Oh, you do. And once NGB realizes that social media SEOs entail more than that, we're going to start hopefully creating this digital media section, right? So with that, I'm going to call up my team. So everyone come up here.
Is it working?
So this is just the digital media team. Sergeant Romero in the back, she's part of Met South. Like New Jersey was talking about how you guys are separated in two. California is also separated in two pieces. So we've got RCP North and RCP South. So Sergeant Juan Ford is here. He is my marketing NCO for RCP South, Southern California. He is Met NCO back there, Sergeant Romero. He works Met down south. Right here, I got Specialist Hutton. These are brand new esports edition. So we have one person dedicated to esports. Please understand the importance of esports. You have your. I need to explain the importance of social media esports to everyone in here to understand that, right? The trick is convincing the people above the importance of it. So we've got a Specialist Hutton right here. This is esports. I'm sorry. For now, just as esports as we develop him. It's a brand new edition. We've never had esports before. So we're gonna grow together with this one. I've got Sergeant Clark. So she is my social media team leader. She is based out of Southern California, and she's our team leader. I'll let them talk about themselves here in a second too. Specialist Lerma is also newer. We got him in last fall. August last fall. So Specialist Lerma, right now he is we call him a digital team member. He works out of RB headquarters up in Roseville. He specializes in creatives. He also has to deal with the engraver too. What's the other thing you do down there? The engraver, multimedia, graphic design. Yeah, so he's my design. I needed him badly for graphic design. He does all of my creatives for OTT, for all of our paid meta. So that's what Specialist Lerma does. And then here in a little bit, when we get our meta contract, he's going to be working with all of the, like our business suite, pushing all of our paid ads. Sergeant Anderson, she's also newer. She came to us in December. I brought her on because we needed to, with our social media team, I wanted to hit everybody, right? The goal is with social media, you hit every single type of person that's going to be your media. You're going to have your gung-ho kids that want to sit there and see stuff blown up. You're going to have your kids that want to see funny memes, and you're going to want to there's going to be those people who also want to see your, more informational videos. So when I brought Sergeant Anderson on, it was to bring more of the light part of social media on. So that's what her goal is within our social media team. Sergeant DaCosta is our professional photographer. He is also helping Specialist Hutton with his esports page. So that's what we have Sergeant DaCosta doing. And once again, Sergeant Montfort is our RCP South marketing NCO. You guys know Sergeant Riley, digital media NCO, I see. And we have a E7 running digital and social media. So if that doesn't kind of push the importance of digital media, I don't know what else does. I'm currently fighting for an E8 position as my NCOIC. So hopefully I'll have that within the next year or two. My team, this is just the digital media portion. We have, a bigger team. So I think right now we're sitting at 16. I think we just hit 16. We have a tech coming on board here in the next couple of months. And then hopefully over the next couple of years, our goal is to hit 22 with virtual recruiting. Yeah. So our goal is to hit 22 within the next 2 years. So that's my personal goal. Not saying it's going to happen, but that's what we're trying to shoot for. But before I get talking too much,
I mean, yeah, so he basically covered everything. I'm pretty new to everything, so I'm here to hopefully, learn as much as I can so I can bring it with me to, expand our page and just expand esports in general. Because I have the goal of telling the future that even though that service, requires a lot of time, they don't have to give up their passion to be able to serve. So that's what I'm about.
What team are you on?
in the marketing.
Yeah,
U.S. Army team.
Oh, yeah, okay, so I'm officially on the
You're
Army.
not just a dude.
Okay, I'm officially on the esports team, the Army esports team, which is held up in Fort Knox, and we do like just competitions and stuff every now and then. I recently went to Syracuse about 3 months ago, won a tournament over there, so that was pretty fun.
What game?
Rocket League.
Oh.
Now, what's your-
So I played more than one game. I
What's your
played.
page?
It's our page is the California Army National Guard esports.
Are we doing plugs now?
Yeah, so yeah, I played more than one game, but that's just the one I was at one point number one, but so now I'm just trying to reach into more games like Apex, Rainbow. If any of you guys are gamers, you know.
What's your Steam ID?
I think you guys people want to challenge you or
Don't lose.
Yeah, where's the?
Look at it, so I'm like, hey, we're gonna.
So I guess I'm Sergeant Clark. Let's see, some of the unique things that I've learned since being on the marketing team is the importance of networking and then just continuously being willing to grow and to learn more things about your craft. So I'm very grateful for the team because each and every one of them have taught me something new since I've been on the team, which I'm very grateful for. Aside from me being the social media NCO or one of the page admins, I'm also a former Miss California USA of 2023. So if you all are familiar of Miss USA or Miss Universe, it's kind of it's the same pageantry system. So I've been busy with like pageantry stuff, and the National Guard has been very, like supportive of my journey when it comes to that. And yeah, anytime I talk to people in regards to recruiting or just learning more about the Guard, I'm kind of an example of you can do both, right? So that's kind of my story.
Specialist Lerma, PAO background pretty recently as well, graduated in summer of last year with information school, former infantry background before that. And I would say something that I've learned in this position is that resourcefulness is not something that can ever leave you if you're looking to grow. And regardless of what the project or the mission is, learning new ways to improve your skill sets, reach out to people that know what they're doing in order to get the job done is critical. So just always remain resourceful in that.
I'm Sergeant Anderson. I don't really know what to tell you. I'm new. I want to learn everything. I want to be the best, and I want you guys to help me be the best.
Sergeant Da Costa. I'm on the team for around 2 years, working 3 of them. I'm come for 11 years as a professional photographer. From there, when I moved to United States 7 years ago, I enjoyed the National Guard, and from there, I went to, because my dream when I live in Brazil, I'm from Brazil, is to be working in film schools and behind the scenes on films. And I went to film school in Columbia College, Hollywood, when I make my master in film. And one day I'm like just a National Guard, like a regular guy, and just sending my package to be a recruiter. And this guy just went, whoa, why this guy wanna be a recruiter? Like he has for potential to be working to us, and they bring me to work with the team. And today I'm trying to just pay back whatever these guys helped me, and even the United States helped me to build whatever has been built today. I'm just pay back in different ways and try to do my best for the team.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Sal. I'm on board, obviously, as you said earlier. I handle all this out. So, like, I handle all the purchasing and stuff like that. I don't handle too much of the additional stuff, but I like to make sure that I see what all my people do so that I can understand other aspects. I oversee the whole team itself. So, like, the digital guys, even though they have, like, their own creative control, I still have, like, command control over their accountability and that type of stuff. But I just try to shield them from the, I know that social media and marketing and sales, you guys know the RRD is kind of like, they're always trying to find a reason why we're not doing what we're doing. So I try to discount what we're doing, even though we know what's important. So I try to shield them from all that, and then Chief Aragon tries to shield all of us from the higher echelon. But with that being said, I try to see everything they do, and I just
This is, I think this is my third year that I've been working for marketing. I'm trying to stay as long as I can. They're trying to get rid of me, but it's all right. I'll still keep on fighting. But yeah, I do whatever I can. I try to help this guy out with whatever, because he hates the paperwork stuff. So I try to help him out with whatever I can. And I also do like local campaigns and stuff for the southern region of California as well. I got a counterpart in the north. He's not here. Steph's on his way. He does the same thing that I do.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the Army's pushing towards talent management, right? So when we first started, I'm gonna say we start really kind of came from a small team. And I don't want to discount the starting Chappelle's right here too. So he was the original, we created the social media platform for California back when no one knew what Instagram was, what Facebook was. Facebook was like a big thing. Oh my God, you're on Facebook, you're terrible. So Sergeant Chappelle helped build the foundation for that, followed by Sergeant Hernandez, followed by Sergeant Black. So we did have a strong foundation to start with, and then we created that stronger foundation with all the vast majority of social media platforms, except for Reddit. We don't do Reddit. And then, where are we going down? Oh yeah, so talent management. So when we first started, we were taking whoever we can get. I was like, hey, we need help. We need help with digital creatives. We need help with videos. Just send us whoever will raise their hand. So we went through quite a few duds with terrible work ethic, and it was just rough. And as we continue to grow, we were able to start picking people. So like Sergeant DaCosta mentioned, he had submitted a packet to be OTOT for recruiting. And his packet came through Major Kim's office, and she says, well, hold on, you guys are looking for a photographer, check this out. So we looked at his packet, called him up. And then as we've gone, Specialist Hutton just fell into our laps. Sergeant Flores, you guys remember Sergeant Flores, right, at NGB, Esports. He was like, hey, you have this awesome guy ranked #1 in Rocket League. I was like, what's Rocket League? He's like, what? He's like, what's Rocket League? He's like, oh, it's like a soccer game with cars. He's like, what? Sold. Yes. Take your time. Stop. Then, I don't know if you guys heard, but Rocket League, and I can't remember what the other game is potentially going to be at the end of the Olympics. Yeah. Yes. So I said, well, wait a minute. We have a possible Olympic sport, esports, and win the games, and we have a guy ranked in the world in California. Let's get him on orders. So that's how Specialist Hutton came to be, right? Right place, right time, right game, I guess. Same thing, Sergeant DaCosta, Sergeant Clark, as I mentioned. So these are all people that we found them to have unique abilities within the digital world that we want to bring on to help grow our team. And so far it's successful. And the reason why I want to speak to everyone today, I know this is primarily digital, and I leave all that stuff around. I just have ideas, he makes it happen, and he grows it to something magical that.
Shotgun and rip it and just.
Yeah. But the other part of that, and what taking marketing aside, my primary focus within the team is justifying the expense, right? I have to sit there and say why a GDOS on my team is more beneficial than a lead generator on a recruiting field. Because what's the most important thing to the RV? Leads, lead generation, and listens, right? So how do you justify pulling, like Southern California, I'm not talking about how much you guys make, but we're talking about how much you make, Ed? How much you say a year on GDOS orders?
65, 70.
Right. Entry level, $70,000, right? So I have to justify those funds coming out of our GDOS pot for the state. So how do I sit there and say, hey, I'm gonna give up, I have the largest GDOS pot in the entire state, to include the entire RCP North. Well, maybe not the South, I think mine's bigger in the South. But we're talking one section within headquarters with a bigger GDOS pot of money than the entire recruiting, RCP North. So I have to justify each and every dollar I spend. So I have to justify Sergeant Clark's, Hutton's, Anderson's, Sergeant DaCosta's, Lerma's, right? So how do I justify those funds? And I have a meeting every single month with General Smiley, he's our commanding general. And the same thing goes up there. I have to justify why my team is so big. So I have the largest team. So I have so if you look at the recruiting teams, I'm still bigger than any recruiting team in the state, just for marketing, right? So how do you do that? Data. I have spreadsheets that track our views, our likes, our shares, all across all platforms, all of our campaigns, every dollar spent. The only thing I can't track, as you guys know, is some of you states do, which is awesome for you. How you track from your paid campaign all the way through RZ to enlistments. So, and I'm not gonna do it, right? I'm not gonna go through every enlistment and then trace it back to one of our campaigns. I should, the answer is I should, I know it, I don't feel like it. It's a lot, right? As you know. So now once we can track them through RZ for our enlistments, then I'll start doing it. But until then, it's just, with the amount of enlistments that California pushes through, I just don't feel like going back and going name by name. But besides that, I track everything else. And it is my job to show our chain of command going up, hey, this is why your investment is worth it here within marketing. So look, we show our growth. So I have a little growth chart from our social media platforms. We're doing well. And then I show them the difference between paid media, right? Because your job as social media is, your primary critics are going to be your own guardsmen and your own command, right? So I guarantee you, every single person in here has gotten calls about their social media page from their lieutenant commander or going up, right? We've gotten calls from, we have one from our tag. So one of your major focal points should be ensuring that you're keeping everybody happy, right? How do you keep your senior chain of command happy, but you're also doing your job within marketing, right? Because as everyone knows, right, the social media is the tip of the iceberg when it comes to marketing. You got this small tip that everyone sees, but what they don't see is your target marketing that you're doing, for your major campaigns, your larger boosts. They're not seeing all that targeting. So I'm gonna, here in a second, I'm gonna turn over to Major Kim. She just stepped in. This is, like I said, once again, just to reintroduce her, this is Major Kim. She's our executive officer for RB, currently serving down south as the RCP South Command. The Battalion Commander. So, but she'll, and a lot of our success is based on the support from specifically Major Kim. I do have support from our Lieutenant Commanders and CG, but it stemmed from Major Kim went to sustainment training in Texas in 2023 and got to see just how big, has everyone been here to sustainment training yet? If you haven't, half of it is worth learning, the other half is a waste, but like you pick the half that you want to learn, right? Because what applies to a major state won't apply to a smaller state and vice versa. But I do recommend at least going once. You can just kind of see the breadth of what other states are doing. Because what California does, I mean, we just put out, Ohio does something different. So, but Major Kim did come with me to that one, and she saw the breadth of how big marketing is across the country. And then after that, we just kind of took our conversations going and work on the growth of our marketing team. But without further ado, we'll have Major Kim come up.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hopefully you guys all got here with no issues. That is me. I felt like I was a little strong-armed to doing this, but there I am. Thank you all for being here. You guys came at a good time. I'm sure the weather here is a little bit of a relief for some of you, depending on where you came from. But I really appreciate you guys' support for the symposium. I know the team here was really excited to put this together because I think we've all recognized, at least in the last couple of years, that the Army and the National Guard specifically has been a little behind in the digital marketing space. And we have a lot to do to catch up. So I think all the states coming together will only help amplify the shield, our message. Use of Rec is all over, at least in our state. I know SoCal Times all over social media. They got a ton of followers. And so anything we can all do to help collaborate and work with each other will help amplify our message, our mission, and our exposure to our target audience. I think something we're all familiar with, just being in the military, is some people have that old school mindset. Unfortunately, when it comes to the digital world, that cannot fly. Like, you have to be on it. There is no old school when it comes to us, unless it's like unique kind of content where we can incorporate old school stuff with new school things. But yeah, I hope you guys maximize your time here, network. You guys all came here for a reason. You guys at least are starting off with a desire on wanting to learn new skills, build a new foundation, take things back to your state so that you can help generate leads. Because at the end of the day, marketing, that is the number one mission for marketing, is to generate leads for the recruiters. I know there are sometimes certain feelings when it comes to the field and marketing. All I've been telling my team when I hear complaints or issues, we have some people from the field, so don't take this negatively, but there's always kind of been a little bit of a rift. What I tell my team is the best that you can do is show what you're doing. Makes it a lot easier in the digital world because you can see social media, when the field follows our pages and all that stuff, and show that you are generating leads. The team over the last couple years, they got access to BuyZone. We've been able to correlate, although we haven't been able to necessarily connect the whole process, but a correlation to all the efforts that they've been putting out in the digital space to increase the leads that the field doesn't necessarily see. But that shows a command that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing to help the field. And then I can help advocate for them when I hear of issues or concerns about what's marketing doing, like they're a waste of time, whatever it is, I can help support them and educate the field on how we're all working together collaboratively to ultimately increase enlistments at the end of the day. My guidance back, I think it was 2022 when we officially split off and created a dedicated, it was really just one person, primarily, dedicated social media team. That first phase, my guidance to them was, hey, you have full creative control within obviously the guidelines, NGB guidelines, and CG tag guidelines, which is basically don't embarrass us. You can do silly things, be creative. Please stay on top of those trends, be as creative as you possibly can. I'm giving you full control of all of that. Just don't embarrass us. That was the first phase. Second phase being, all right, you kind of reestablish our presence in the digital world. Now you need to show how what you're doing is, again, connecting to an increase in leads, which is the #1 mission for marketing. And that way, when we go to the CG, because we brief, I don't know if they mentioned, we brief the CG once a month, also the tag once a month. He's been all about social media, and really, we haven't been able to get this continued support if we didn't make that connection with the leads at the end of the day and showing the metrics. And obviously, overall, our state increasing in production the last couple of years. So I challenge you guys as you're going through this, that is in the back of your mind the entire time is what I'm learning and what I'm going to incorporate, how is that going to generate leads for the field? Because that is going to not only build the confidence for your command in the field to have in you guys, but that's really what it is. It's going to build the support, build the confidence, and get the buy-in from everybody with what you guys are doing. So, does anyone have any questions for me? No, I think the marketing team is going to also present you guys with some things as a recognition for your participation in this event, and hopefully this is the first of many, and we just keep getting better and better. All right, thanks,
Okay, so at this time, go ahead and take a 10-minute break. So go ahead and find your name. This is our little token. I know you guys had to drop everything, shut down production to be here. So when you guys go back to your states, continue to network, continue to reach out to California. And, get your energy drinks and all that.
It would be you. You or your. All right.
Where do I?
Yeah, my girlfriend's got blonde hair. I said it's about the down. It's also because it's like so yeah. I brought like a fancier outfit.
I knew it was something, I was like, man, I've met this guy before, but I was like, I did not see this guy, figure out what it was. Did you, so do you guys, do you do anything virtual? Okay.
I mean, so they're like, hey,
Yeah. So now, you're doing more marketing now though? Have you, I was just telling him, I think. And he was working on, I would call it the social media. And I was like, I just heard, I've had 5 training spells, like that I was speaking. I feel like, so I'm like, of course he was right. Here we It's really
They were fighting because
Yes. I was like, is he, I was like, where are you from? And I was trying to think of who I knew. Yeah, they're basically, I asked him, I was like, hey, what's your name for this? He's like, no. I'm like, of course, not sure. But I was just like, just like saying, hey, I mean, it was until you show up like the second day, I'm like, oh yeah, this is who I am.
Yeah.
Is it really? Is it like marketing?
right now, I mean, last year I did
Yeah, so like, I don't know if you're like document start yeah, so that's my biggest so much that's like
Well, no, you're like, look, outside of that,
All right, we're gonna go ahead and go back into it. We're not gonna bore you to death with PowerPoint. We're starting.
They went to go.
And hydrator diet.
Where's the biggest one?
A quick video just
What am I supposed to do with my life? Put out a content in Aurora. How am I gonna get there? You book that. But I don't know anything about putting out a content.
Oh.
It's the greatest movie that ever lived. He was with it.
I think your head's in the way.
My bad.
I'm sure that has nothing to do with Signal.
If you book them, they'll come.
Sweet. And here we are.
Okay, team. So this is one of those random ideas that came in Monday morning at 9, and we had this done by noon. So you can't hear it. Yeah. So this one, I came back from State of the State, and marketing was brought up there, and we're excited about it because, you know, the main general was talking about marketing at the NGV level. So I wanted to address the team, but I couldn't get everyone on teams at the exact same time. Someone was, we had events going on here, events going on here. Some people were in the office, some people were wherever. So what I wanted to do is I told Sarah, I said, hey, I wanted to make a video real quick. So I show up to the office, 9 o'clock.
Real quick on your end.
Huh?
Not my end.
Yeah, yes, I was quick on my end. And I said, I want to push it out to our team, and I wanted to tell them, hey, great job. Thank you for everything done. Here's our talking points. And I said, but I want it at the White House, and I want a press conference. And then, so this is all I wanted right here, just this kind of, and then he put in, like I said, when I give Sergeant Riley an idea, he just takes it. And he had these people, and he had like random faces nodding to what I was saying. Really good job. But that's how. Yeah. So that's how our simple ideas start, and then they just grow into this tree of giving, I guess I don't know what you call it. But yeah, where's I at? So just myself. So I came on board in 2021 from the recruiting field. I was starting first class during the time, and I've got 20 some odd years. I'm here for another couple years. I dropped my warrant packet. Wasn't sure. It was one of those things. I talked to my wife. She's also in. I say, I dropped my warrant packet. The problem is there's no warrant spot in RB, so I'm gonna lose my AGR spot. I don't know what we're gonna do. And she says, fine, I'll be your sugar mom. You just gotta stay home and clean the house. Sounded great at the time. I was like, I'll take it. Dropped my warrant packet, and then it was down to the wire. I was leaving RB. I was going in to SAD. And Major Kim called me one night like at 10:30. We said, hey, if we offer you an OT spot, will you stay in marketing? So I was like, fine, I'll sign my life away again and stay in marketing. So that's how I ended up here now. I'm not here. I don't know. Tell me I have to leave. Like I say, I'm dual military. Wife's currently overseas right now. I got 3 kids, three daughters. One goes to University of Alabama. She's graduating from the ROTC program this coming December. So she'll outrank me and my wife. And then I got a 20-year-old at home. She just works, and she's helping me with my 15-year-old, who's also at home during this. So that's why my trip's cut short this time. I have to go home. I was just in Alabama over the weekend, and I flew home yesterday morning, and I flew here last night. Just because this is important. And if any RB or if any state doesn't realize the importance of digital media within the recruiting realm, or even the PAO realm, like you have to understand just the digital age. Right? Digital age, it's now. And if you are not having a large digital presence, if you're not doing things right, you can have an amazing digital team. You can have all the assets you need, all the camera equipment, all the podcast equipment. But if you're not doing it right, you're falling on no views, no listens, and what's the point, right? And then, anyways, that's why I thought it was important to be here. I don't have slides. Somebody had this going. He's got other things. And the reason why is because as I found, digital media soldiers, personnel, people are different. Say you guys are different, right? You have an artistic brain.
Autistic or
yes. So I didn't want slides up here because I wonder what the attention on me, and then some of you guys, your minds bounce from 7,000 different things at once.
But we love
focus. So I gave you one focal point, right? But with that, it's a different process. There's just everything with digital is different. So how do you correlate Army values, Army systems into digital media? Right, that's the trick. That's the trick behind all this. How are you going to correlate? Hey, look, this is great. You guys understand. This hit 10,000 views in the first 2 minutes. So this so-and-so has got 4 million views once. Yeah. Right. So how do you correlate that information that we see as important into, like Major Kim would say, how do you show that's bringing leads? How do you show that's growing your enlistments for the state? So and that's your job. So I know most people are in your social media. You have marketing NCOICs, NCOs. Who are else you work with, or for those of you who are marketing NCOs or self-run programs, that's the trick, is showing just how much social media helps that endeavor, right? So, one thing that we have to really focus on our team is, like I said, with the artistic minds, it's really easy to get lost in what your purpose is. right? So who pays your paycheck? At the end of the day, that's what you need to think about. When you woke up, when you're going to bed, who paid your paycheck? Who's the one paying your gas? It's the Department of Defense, right? DOD is your check, right? When you look in your pay stub, what does it say? DFAS. So Department of Defense is paying your paycheck. So ultimately, everything you do has to go back to, is this benefiting, in this case, our Army National Guard, right? How is this social media post bringing in views? I use TSA as a huge example. Does anyone follow the TSA social media page, Instagram? They crack me up nonstop. That's how I found out you can bring ice on a plane. That's how I found out you can bring a goldfish on a plane. Right? Not that I would ever bring a fish on a plane, but apparently you can't have explosive liquids with a fish in it. Right? It makes sense now when you say it like that, but at the time, like, who the hell thinks of that? So I look at TSA and I'm like, this is a government page. This is a government page pushing out information, the same thing we're trying to do. Right? They try and promote their pre-check. So they're trying to sell something, right? Sell listeners. So you look at a page like that and they're entertaining. Holy crap, that page is entertaining. I'm not saying every day I look at it, but I'll stop. Every single time I see them post, I will stop and look at what TSA does. Just because from the way I see things is they're grabbing my attention. Right off the bat, they grab my attention. So how do we do that at our level? How do we grab someone's attention scrolling through all the different military branches out there? I mean, like Major Kim brought up, Go Army SoCal. Huge page. I mean, they're blowing us out of the water. How are they doing it? We within marketing, we discuss how they have a lot of recruiter support. So a lot of their recruiters will upload very high quality videos, not just your whatever poor quality, basic camera stuff, right? They're like actual very 4K videos uploading from the recruiters so that their social media team doesn't have to be at that event. And that's our biggest thing is when we're running 15 events in 2 days, there's no way I can get my social media team to each one of those events and do a very good job at it. Because what takes up most of your time? Editing, right? How are you going to edit everything? And with this video right here, it took me 2 minutes to read out, and then it took Riley up 3.5 hours, and that was fast.
2.5 hours on that.
He was on lightning speed on that one. I'm not going to say how long my South Dakota Jeopardy video has been in the works, but we're South Dakota. So your previous social media person poked fun at us. We thought it was funny. I understand a lot of people didn't.
Showed him.
Yeah. So a lot of people didn't care, but I thought it was funny. But we did a nice little rebuttal for it. Texas did not take well to it.
Texas ain't here. We can talk about it.
But so that video took a very long, like days of editing. And that's another thing that it's hard to explain to people who don't understand just how long digital editing takes, right? So we'll push out something, like we'll have the teams come out, hey, I want this video done. Are you going to be done tonight? No. You want a 10-minute?
Unacceptable.
We have a 10-minute drive. So, but if you can't show or tell that to your chain of command, they're not going to understand, and the expectation is going to be you are failing because you cannot push out a 15-minute high-quality video to include interviews, dynamic audio, and they want that in a day and a half. It's like, well, I mean, I know a day and a half sounds like a long time, but it's not. And like you said, you guys know it's not. So being able to articulate that to your chain of command, saying, hey, look, I know what you're asking for. I get it. How about I sent you a 30-second video?
Yeah.
And this will help, at least give you some more time to get the longer productions done. With our section, like I said, we're able to articulate that, so that gives us the ability to have people who produce our very short videos very fast, and then we can also work on the back end these very long 10, 15-minute videos. But that's the important part, is articulating that to your chain of command, to your senior superior officers, or whoever has oversight of you. Because if they don't understand that, they're going to think you're failing. We have a terrible marketing section because all I asked for was one 15-minute video, and it took them a month and a half to get it to me. Okay, yeah, and everything else, right? Because what else are you working on besides that one video? You have creatives, right? So for those of you who use, I'm assuming most of everyone here uses SMSP, that's marketing, right? So they're asking for their creatives. If you have campaigns going on, if you have, we just have the San Diego FC coming up. They ask for all their creatives. They give us a week and a half to do it. Like, hey, we know this is short notice, but we have a week and a half. We need these creators. Lorma just got that email last week, and I said I need this in 7 days, right? So when things like that happen, what happens to that 15-minute video? It's like, hey, I understand you guys want this video, but because it serves no campaign purpose, we're gonna do our campaign first, our paid campaign, right? So it's all about juggling, what are you paying for versus what is something that a recruiting team wants or a section, wants. And that's the hard part, is because they don't see that. Like, no one's gonna see the San Diego FC ads. Not until they go to the game, like, oh my God, I didn't know you guys were here. I know, that's not your job to worry about that part. But what they will see is that video at whatever high school didn't get pushed out within the first day that they asked for it, right? So that's what they're gonna see, and that's how they interpret success and failing within marketing. So that's gonna be your job to kind of tell them, hey, look, I know what you guys are asking for, so here's our capabilities. And then when you tell someone that your capability to push out a 2-minute video is all they get within the first 24 hours, in their heads, they don't understand how much goes into that idea. So it's not necessarily their fault, right? It's not their job to know, it's your job to know. But at the same time, it is also your job to articulate that, or set the expectation. That's the other part. If you set the expectation and you have the support, you have the senior support, you have your NCOIC, OIC support to say, hey, look, guys, we really want to help you out here, and this is what we can do, but this is our time frame. So give us this amount of time. And that's why you have that, Mr. Kim was talking about that rift between marketing and the field. Is the field expectation in recruiting is fast, right? Numbers. We need numbers. I need some person flooring at MEPS in 48 hours. I need that waiver pushed through the rock today. I know I didn't send you the paperwork, but I need that today, right? So in recruiting, it's go, but in the social media realm, when they're asking for large productions, that go just doesn't, you can't do it. And it is your job to articulate that, or at least provide like a peace offering. Like, hey, I can't do that for you in that time frame, but I can do this, right? And sometimes it's enough, sometimes it's not. But that's the juggling game you're going to have in social media. Is you need to justify your time, your expenses, and your capabilities, but still make them know your worth, right? Because so long as they're complaining, hey, you can't, so marketing doesn't support me, digital media is garbage, I asked for these photos, 2 days ago, and they haven't got to them yet. It's like, hey, you're lucky we'll get to them this week, right? And they also don't see your inbox. I mean, I'm sitting at, what am I at, 1,700 unread emails right now in my inbox, and CoreStar Torga, that guy, every time he sees my inbox, he has to leave because he gives him anxiety. But I'm assuming everyone else in here is the same, the sheer volume of requests you get from the field. We just got a request for an elementary school tour. Oh. And I'm all, why? First of all, how'd you get our information? But, so when you get those kind of requests, you have to prioritize which ones, are beneficial to marketing, to RB, and your purpose. So, when you see that sheer volume, and that's just, I'm making a joking comment about that, but we do have very serious comments, emails that come through that have to be prioritized, and they don't see that. The recruiting field does not see the amount of emails, the amount of requests, your NGB requests, your state requests, your team requests, your internal team requests. So our team works, hand in hand with each other. So our digital team supports Start Montfort, right? So when he sends in, hey, I've got this event coming up, I need a custom graphic. Start Montfort's not creating that custom graphic, although he was asked to do it one time. And you don't want, whatever he's going to send you, you don't want, I promise. Right? I have a whole team dedicated to doing digital media. Like, if you want something good, that's where it's going to go. Don't ask him, I want him to do it. Well, personally, you don't, right? So our team will layer our campaigns or our events on top to help out each other. And they don't see that either. They don't see that RCP South has a request for a trifold, high definition trifold with hyperlinks in it, when the North is asking for some engravings for not a recruiting event, but like an award ceremony. Okay, I get what you guys are asking for, but now we have requests coming across the whole state, and they don't see that. And it's not their fault. They're not in your inbox. So, like I said, it's your guys' job to articulate your worth. Does that make sense? And that's the fight, right? That's the daily fight. The other thing I want to bring up is in social media, it's really easy to forget that we wear a uniform, right? I know on our team, we do not go to an event in OCPs, right? From the marketing side, why do I want anything that says U.S. Army on it? I don't want someone to walk up to one of our events and say U.S. Army, because immediately, if they see you in uniform, if they see anything that says U.S. Army, what's their immediate thought? That's your Army, It's your Army recruiter, you're there to support the Army, and automatically in their head, they are now thinking about Army. And that is the last thing we want them to think about. So you see our ridiculously large chair. When we go to events, we bring these big chairs out, we bring the big shield out, everything says National Guard. Everything. We don't say, there's no OCPs. If someone shows them OCPs, we send them home. So, and it's not we're not trying to be rude, it's just from the marketing side, I don't want to associate us with an Army at an event. Now, there are certain times, right, where you kind of want to steal some of the Army people, you can maybe trick them that they're your Army. But on the most part, when we're doing a National Guard marketing event, everything should scream, like in our case, we want everything to scream California. That's why we added the bear, although NGB doesn't care for it too much, right? So we added our bear into our logo. We want everything that says California, we want it seen. We want, oh, you are California. You are the National Guard. That's where we want that first thought. We don't want them to say, oh, that's Army, right? We don't want that, oh, they're reserves, right? Or Coast Guard, recruiter, right? You ever get called a Coast Guard? You guys Coast Guard? No, that's right. We don't want that. The first thought, the big image is, oh, that is California and that is the National Guard.
To piggyback off of that, sir. So, I mean, luckily, like in the team that I'm in, like my RSC is really like understanding of that and like can modify uniform for it. But I've heard like across the field that there are certain teams that's not allowed. Like you have to wear OCPs at events. Like, is that like being?
I haven't heard that, but now I do not tell teams what to wear.
Raj.
Right. So this is my team only. But if we have events, we do usually speak to the section chief. Like, hey, because they usually ask us, hey, we have this event going on, we would love recruiter support. We don't ever require recruiter support for our statewide events. So if we plan something that is, I'm gonna use Spartan races as an example, right? So Spartan races, they tend to be in locations that they're drawing people from across the state, not from one location. So any event that we have that draws across the whole state and not just one recruiting area, the marketing section will run. And that is primarily just because I don't feel like arguing with the section chief, right? Because I'll call them like, hey, look, here's what I would like. Well, there's people from all across the state, and that's a waste of our time. I get it, but I still like recruiter support. But to avoid that, we just run the event ourselves. That way, I don't have to sit there and we use Popple, and I'm not trying to promote Popple, but that's what we use on the marketing section because they scan our QR code, they put their lead information in there, and we upload it in a Campo off of whatever. In this case, we Spartan Race campaign, and that pushes the lead automatically to that recruiter's in charge of that zip code. So that's what we use, and that way, whatever leads come in, does the marketing, they get sent off. You know that usually it's on Mondays. On Mondays is when I do the uploads. So every Monday, whatever event we did that weekend, I'll upload all the leads that we gathered into Campo, and then they send that to RZ. You guys know how that works, right? If not, talk to someone who does or at me afterwards. But yeah, so that's how we do our statewide marketing events, and then I will have our team not show up. Matter of fact, for Spartan races, we show up in modified uniforms. So sometimes we'll do OCP with the National Guard t-shirt just to look a little bit more militaristic, right? But we want every single event to scream National Guard. When we do our social media posts, everything has to say Army National Guard, California, like that's our big, like we want that big image. And our personal goal is we want every single person at a high school, shoot probably at 1724 is our primary market when we do a lot of our stuff. We want every single person to have seen a National Guard ad, social media posts, something on the news about the National Guard before they even see a recruiter. That way when they see the recruiter, it's like, oh, National Guard, where do I remember that from? I don't care where they remember it from. I just want them to think back in their memory. That's also why our high school events are met. We have a blimp. We have a bunch of ridiculous stuff just to build that memory, right? Because you want that memory in there. You want to say, oh, I remember that from somewhere. Once again.
Is your med team dressed down as well?
Yes. Yes, they do. Yeah, matter of fact, Sergeant Bourne wears cowboy boots and jeans. But yeah, they do dress down also. If they're just doing a delivery, they're not dressed down. But if they're actually at an event, yes. But yeah, so our normal day-to-day uniform is OCPs unless it's an event. So if we're going to a high school, if we're going to any kind of recruiting event or marketing event, we're dressed down with the exception of our day-to-day uniform. So I'm not saying that all my guys are always in OCPs or soft cell.
But like you said, there are some places where it is better to be in green, right? Where you're just rocking the whole military look, right? Like there's some places that like that, or some places that would be more approachable if you were in soft cell. Right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we'll the only time we just don't wear the top, right? So if we're gonna go to like say an SF event or something, we'll have, it's an OCP bottoms and boots, and we'll have a National Guard t-shirt or whatever else, but we try to avoid the top at all costs. Like I said, sometimes it's unavoidable, right? I definitely would not go to a briefing with something different, right? But primarily, we want everything to scream guard. And once again, that's just because we're trying to bring in those overarching views that, oh, that's guard. And even if they don't come see us at Spartan Race, but they see a recruiter at their school or their kid comes up talking about it, they'll have that background, oh, the guard was there. And even if they don't come talk to us, I want them to know it's the guard, period. No Army, no, like in, well, here's our big the California ad we got in trouble for.
We had to argue for that one.
Yeah, that was a fight. So the comment to us, right? So this is the horizontal logo, right? That is not, there's no guidance push. I mean, there's guidance push out, but there's no.
It's not a trademark logo, so it's fair game.
Yeah. So we just adjusted a little bit, put the color in the background, and we got told twice that we couldn't use it, and the response was like, "We're going to." So there's nothing that says you can't do this. And then
show us in the branding guideline where it says we can't do that.
Did they explain why you can't?
Because we altered the logo. So the response was we altered the logo. I mean, this is from California. So the way to act the horizontal, it has like the state up here.
Right.
Call to action.
Call to action down here, and we just blew up California, put some cool pictures in the background, and then moved the call to action to the left side. And they said because we altered it, we couldn't do it.
We get calls about that a lot. We just tend to have our calls usually get fuzzy and drop out when they start talking about our logo.
So call to action obviously is important, right? But really, when you're doing your branding, what you really want them to see is a California action. Like in our case, like I said, when we came up with this was for a billboard. And the comment was, we want a QR code on there. We want, I was like, how are they going to put their phone when they're driving? No, we want them to, for one, see California, right? Because the second you're in California, you see something in California, you know it's directed at you. Then we wanted the next biggest thing, right? And I don't think this wasn't here. It was literally just this was our billboard, right? So it's California. You can't miss it. California. And then, oh, we're the Army National Guard, right? So that was our big thing. We wanted them to drive down every single day and remember that they saw that big-ass bright billboard from the National Guard. And that was our thought process behind it. We didn't want the QR code on there. Everyone knows how to use Google, right? To sit there and insult people's intelligence, like, oh, make sure there's a QR code there or a link. Why? They're not going to remember nationalguard.com/CA. They're not going to remember that crap. They're going to go into Google and type in National Guard, right? Probably National Guard, find location, whatever. But now, obviously, digital different. You have your hyperlinks and everything. But for a billboard, that's just a view. I don't even think you need this. The one you're going to go guard, we put that in there just so we don't get in trouble, but in all reality, what are people really going to do? They're going to Google it. But yeah, so and that was the thing, right? Bringing social media into like how do you create this is marketing, but we're also staying within Army guidelines and regulations. Also we have to behave like you're in the military, right? Let's not forget that. So a lot of people on social media you start seeing all the influencers, you start seeing all of the social media posts, all these things, very non-Army things that are being put online, right? And it's really easy to fall into that trap. It's really easy to fall into I'm gonna do this anyways. Right? What's the guidance on TikTok?
Don't use it.
Don't use it. I'm not gonna ask who uses it, but right, we all know what the actual guidance is. Same thing when it comes to behavior. So that's one thing that within our section we constantly have to remind ourselves is although we are trying to get the views, we are trying to get the likes. We are trying to have our viral posts, right? That's what the whole point is, to go viral. Why not, right? You want those millions and millions of views, right? So how do you do that and also not forget that you're still in the military still pays your paycheck? Right? So that's the trick. So every now and then when you start catching yourself going down that rabbit hole of stupid stuff, stop for a second. Remember what your overall purpose is for the military, right? Not your life. I'm not going to go into life philosophies, but what's your military purpose? And just kind of reel yourself back and redirect your efforts into making sure you're getting those leads, that you're getting your branding efforts out there. And that's just on my level, that's what I kind of keep an eye out for our social media. It's not to sit there and say, hey, that was dumb. I mean, don't get me wrong, Sergeant Riley now Sergeant Clark, she gets my phone calls too. Like, hey, why are we not posting on this in the first 12 hours, right? What was that one I just called you about? The Super Bowl. Is the Super Bowl one? I better see a Super Bowl post right, today. I want that done today. So those phone calls still come. Obviously, being on top of trends is important. But they get anytime I start seeing things kind of go a little bit too far to the left, too far to the right, I'll remind them, hey, let's zero in on this effort here. Because sometimes it's easy to get into the social media realm where you're gonna just post fun stuff, stupid stuff, that don't necessarily fall within guidelines, but you want to use. So we, Major Kim sat there several times when I'm talking to General Smiley, and I tell him, hey, we're gonna stand on that fence. We're gonna stand on that fence. We're not gonna cross it, but we're gonna be balancing that little fence between, Army and social media. So that's what our goal is every single day, is to balance that fence. Like how close can we get? I'm not trying to press it. I'm not trying to do that. But I just want to make sure that we are reaching the most amount of people we possibly can, but still stay within that military mindset, not to go past that, or to, we're not allowed to embarrass them. And if something embarrassing comes on, the calls from generals start happening. Take that down right this second post. Whether it's a personal account or not, we found that out. If it's a personal account or not, it comes down, right? You get that order from a general to take something down. You can argue freedom of speech all you want, but just don't do it. But yeah, so like I said, a lot of our posts, we try and teeter onto that edge of being, exciting, fun, different, as inviting as we can, but still stay within that military marketing realm. And then, like I said, social media, it's really easy to cross that line. Super easy. It's just one post. One post can cost you your job. And we try and be careful with that and but not be boring, right? Who wants a boring page? There's some boring pages out there. And then you guys see them. You know who you are. Yeah. So just, yeah, just be careful when you're out there. And that's what I want to come today is, for one, just so you guys know the expectations from hopefully your NCOIC, OIC, is to provide you that overhead cover, so that you guys have the freedom of your artistic, maybe you can call it cheap words about that. But pretty much do what you want, just don't do anything stupid, right? Because this guy, ask O'Reilly. He's the one that gets me those phone calls. But yeah, so I'll be here for a little bit longer. So if you guys have any questions for me, but just to reiterate, understanding how important all this is, please take advantage of it. You guys are here to network, share, your experiences, help each other grow. Because that's what this is about, right? The whole thing is to help social media pages grow. As we go forward into the future of marketing and contemporary marketing right now, the importance of the digital footprint. As everyone here knows that, otherwise you wouldn't be here. So just use that as you're going through these next couple of days. Build up each other, help build each other's pages, help each other out. Because we do not compete with any one state, or any state, period. Right? So we're not here. There should not be competition here. Because if someone in California sees who's page haven't I seen ever?
There's a lot of
North
beef.
Dakota. Let's see North Dakota.
There's a lot of beef between was it Michigan and Indiana? Those beefs are good.
So we don't compete with any one state, or we don't compete with any state. It's all about growth, right? It's not our overall enlistment. Like the National Guard gets a mission, right? The National Guard gets a mission. I mean, sure, California has a mission. Every state has their missions, but ultimately we serve the National Guard. So help grow each other's pages, share each other's stuff, and then just have fun while you're here. That's it.
All right, so at this time, go ahead and go on a 10-minute break. Try to get that blood flowing. So we do have some swag over here. Just be mindful of the camera. And we do have some cool ghetto Stanleys in the back.
Well, I'll be.
Yeah. 100%. Also, I gotta talk to my clients. You'll be my third. Okay, Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. You guys seen tracking on your, yeah, so, you're getting a lot more messages. I noticed. Yes, like they're just. Oh, I hate this. Yes. You're able to see the back end of that, so you're able to. I don't want to. It's very. There's a lot of. And that's why I'm not going to. I was wandering there. I got you. I literally just. My phone literally just got right in you know how the dog here is tracking generate leads, how to generate listings, how Can I give you my number? Yeah, I'll take that. That's And also, hey, we're doing. I don't. That was the whole. I've had.
So dancing?
Yeah.
Yes, so yeah, I've been trying to keep that.
Yeah. That's like we've been doing TV. That's good. I don't know. Yeah. Also, new generation through social media, they watch. I'm still doing it's this
I do want to explain. And you mentioned I I'm working with this guy right now, your issues. So our problem issue we have
Well, your first problem here is
given to us. Run by an outside organization. And by dying basically, send us 3, 4, 5 days old. They just lost all interest. So actually, I do. You can argue that it is somebody, but it's a little, and so during the period of time, to build this, Jersey is also what I do it.
It's easier to at least get a guest It's a decent action, and it's like okay for really showing commanders numbers so that they can it has the big issue with it is it doesn't give you and here's the thing, exactly. So what I want, what I've been trying to figure out is a way to, just the simple question is, how many weeks does, yes, how many weeks does X, Y, and Z have that? I just want that. They can do that. What we do is
Right? You're a big brand that says, hey, jump on this Google form and put your information in there, we'll get back to you. Good. Because I'm smart. I don't fucking with that. So how do you do it without the content? All zip codes, phone numbers, emails,
So
if you can make it prettier, if you make it something that doesn't look like it is, it's like, you keep it on all right, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and go back to work. You can do it the way that makes sense.
that's what
Yes.
No, he's a self-student.
He's appointments conducted per hour.
You've completed your mission for next year?
No, I mean,
Unacceptable.
give me more. It's like only
Drugs is making
Hey, what's up, guys? Sergeant Jacoby here, aka Sergeant Knucklehead. Sorry I couldn't make it out there with you guys. There was talks of me possibly coming out there. Just didn't work out. Maybe next year, though, right? It's all good, though. We're out here grinding, getting in these enlistments. But I wanted to hop on real quick. First and foremost, say thank you to everybody who supports my content. I truly appreciate all of you. But I also wanted to just kind of talk a little bit about social media in general. It's an amazing tool. Use it to your advantage, okay? I've been recruiting for 2 years, and 11 of my enlist, I've gotten 11 leads or referrals that I pushed to other states or other recruiters within my state, and I've gotten 8 enlistments from social media myself, all right? So it works, all right? But you have to be willing to, just like anything, you got to put in the work. You got to put in the work and the effort. And a lot of people don't want to do that. They want to post a video and boom, they want to go viral, and it just doesn't work that way. Okay, you got to take the time to put in the effort, and eventually down the road you're gonna see that success. Okay, first 30 days are crucial. Biggest thing though, man, don't try to do something that you're not good at. All right, if you're not funny, don't try to post funny videos. Don't try too hard. Right? I think I'm funny. Some of y'all may think I'm not funny. It's all good. All right, I enjoy it. It works for me, so I'm gonna keep doing it. If you're not good at being funny, try some historical videos, like history about the Guard, educational videos about the benefits. Another thing, you can help people study for the ASVAB in different ways. There's just so many different options that you can use. It's just what you're good at. You know what I mean? Try to stick with what you're good at, and that's what's going to help you grow your content and grow your following as well. All right. Like I said, feel free to reach out to me with any questions you may have. I'm here to help. Some of y'all already know that. But if you haven't reached out already and you want to reach out, let me know, man. And just remember this: go hard, go guard. Appreciate you.
All right, go ahead and give Sergeant Jacoby a hand. She is going to send a video to him. So we're trying to make it special. So since we're on the subject of influencing, let's bring out our biggest state.
I know, you're probably asking, what the heck happened? Well, it's simple. See, I got this uniform when I joined the South Dakota Army National Guard.
Hey, what did you do to your arm?
I raised it, just like this, when I took it from the United States of America.
But you've got a brace.
Yes, a brace of opportunities, like affordable healthcare, 100% student tuition assistance. And did I mention the travel opportunities? Stop. What the heck happened? Well, it's simple.
All right, we're going to go ahead and give the floor out to South Dakota about the genius, about their viral videos, and kind of their thought process. Floor is yours, Sergeant.
All right, appreciate it. I'm Staff Sergeant Daniel Ward, and then also it didn't fail. Like I legitimately cut it off like that. It's all part of a process. But yeah, Staff Sergeant Daniel Ward. I'm from South Dakota, originally from Nebraska. I like long walks on the beach, and I'm an Aquarius. In California, you gotta let everyone know your zodiac. Right?
Oh, God.
That's the thing.
You're not wrong.
So yeah, we're going to talk about influencers, right? So I'd like to start this off by saying that I am not an influencer. That's my TED Talk on influencers. Let's open to the questions here. Okay, so semantics, right? It's kind of a joke, but I'm kind of serious about it. So an influencer, what is an influencer, right? It's somebody who is trying to influence people, okay? But I don't see myself as an influencer. I remember the first time that Sergeant Riley messaged this to me, and I was like, I was just, what? Like, what are you talking about? And I feel like I'm kind of a little, probably one of the oldest people here, but I'm 42. And so, I'm trying to, let me explain this to you. So like, I'm about the same age as a lot of the people that are in your commands. And if I have this reaction to this word, they probably have the same reaction, right? And so I want to give you some like communication and some like words that you can use to talk to your commands to like help them appreciate and like have an idea of like something else that you can do, right? And so what I consider myself is a brand ambassador, right? I'm a brand ambassador. I'm not an influencer. And what that means is that I'm just a spokesperson who is heavily invested in the South Dakota Army National Guard. And I talk solely about and promote solely the South Dakota Army National Guard, okay? And so when you look at all of my skits and everything like that, like, if you look at our page, most of these like videos are just ads. I'm just making an ad. This was all an ad. What was the principal part of this thing? Like, yeah, it was funny. I'm trying to like talk about myself, and like I really did dislocate my shoulder in March, and it really sucked. But you know, I was like, okay, like how can we do this and then make this into an opportunity to like present opportunities in the Guard, 401k, you know, travel opportunities. Like if you look at it, it was an ad. It was just an ad, right? That's all I do is I make ads, okay? But it's something that everyone here can do as well. And so being a brand ambassador, right? Like how many times, and I'll prove it to you. So like a big part of this is that like I'm trying to build a relationship with people, right? But I'm trying to build that relationship as South Dakota. So I just want to show a hand. You're not going to make me upset, but like when you're talking to your coworkers and you're talking about like stuff that we posted, do you reference this as South Dakota or do you reference it as Sergeant Ward, right? So if you're talking in the office about like, hey, did you see what so-and-so did? Let me see a show of hands if you just reference it as South Dakota, right? Like how many reference it as like, did you see what Sergeant Ward posted? Oh, okay. All right, I'll take that. Although like half of y'all were like,
the same people, so. It kind of proves my point though, so like, I don't want people to be talking about me, I want people to be talking about South Dakota, right? And so what we're doing is like, I've learned this like when I was selling radio ads back in the day, is that sales, and we're in sales, sales is really based upon relationships, right? Like when you boil everything down, it's relationships. So how do I develop a relationship with 100,000 people at the same time, okay? And so there's a few like rules to this, but like the main one is being authentic, right? Like people can suss that out real quick. Another one is just being approachable and like friendly. And so these are things you need to consider, and like everyone in this building, like, you know, you either have the opportunity yourself or you have somebody within your organization that can like do the same job as well. Like I'm really not doing anything crazy here. All I'm really doing is like thinking of what I want to say about the South Dakota Army National Guard, doing it in a creative and fun way, and then just posting it. And you just do it a lot. Like, and I've had some videos go viral, like I've had a lot of videos not go viral, right? And so I've probably had maybe like 12 videos go viral. And when they go viral, it's like, it's awesome. Like, let me tell you. But, you know, there's 250 other videos out there that are not viral. But when I'm doing this, what I'm trying to do is, I'm not trying to talk about me, I'm trying to talk about South Dakota. And this is one of the big selling parts about the National Guard is that, you know, we're a large country and every single state has their thing, right? And so you really use that to leverage your organization to the things that are happening within your state. So one of the very first viral hits that I had on Instagram is this dorky video that you can find where I show up and some sergeant says like, "We got a new soldier, Sergeant Ward, and she's from North Dakota," right? Which is just a goofy thing. Like saying North Dakota is like a weird thing because they have a funny accent, and then whenever we say North Dakota around there, it just kind of happens, right? But it was a dorky thing, but we gained like 10,000 followers on Instagram off that video alone because the people in the area felt seen, right? They were like, oh, South Dakota National Guard, like, is from this area. They like know what we do, and like, here's like this funny representation of this thing that we do. And it went viral, and we got tons of followers because I was trying to build like, hey, like we are from here, right? And so these are opportunities that everyone here has inside of your state as well. Like I'm sure there's some funny cultural thing that's happening in New Mexico. There's some like thing that's happening in Mississippi that like I don't really get, but like people there do. And the big thing about this is that, you know, a lot of your big channels and everything like that, you know, they're not to, you know, blow smoke, but like a lot of them are in Los Angeles or New York City and stuff like that. And, you know, we don't really get recognized a lot in the flyover states. So like by making something and then posting it to your area, like it helps those people, like they're being seen, like they're a part of the community too. And this is one of the great like benefits that we have being the Guard and having like individual state marketing departments. What else? So yeah, I try to do kind of like an everyman thing as being a brand ambassador. You can have multiple brand ambassadors. The biggest things is just having somebody who's approachable. They're highly invested in the organization, right? They're upstanding people, right? Because they're also going to be noticed on the street. Additionally, like you got to kind of keep things above board. You know, it's nice to make funny stuff, but you don't want to misrepresent the Guard. You don't want to misrepresent your organization because, like, on top of reaching out to the local community, it's also a retention device, right? So, like, a lot of our followers are people who are already in the organization, and I get tons of compliments every day when I go into work from, like, 06s and above, like, because they watch my videos, right? Like, so when you make good stuff that is informative and puts things above board, you're also gaining some of that like buy-in from the hires and from the organization when I go out. So like if I'm going out to the field and I want to do a thing, like it's pretty easy for me because I'll usually show up and the BC already knows who I am. They're like, oh, like, what do you need, Sergeant Ward? I'm like, hey, I kind of want to do this thing. Like, is that okay? And like, I still maintain professional like integrity, and I'm still like working as them like as an E6 and like working with officers and everybody else. But like, they're excited to do something because they already know that I'm going to present them in a good light and make them look good, right? You can also do this with like your soldiers that are out in the field when they're doing the job. What you need to do, and PA, like earmuffs for a second. So I tell them what to say, but like half and half, right? So I tell them what to say for a hook, right? Because that's one of the like, you know, if you're learning about making short form video content, like a hook is very important. So I'm not the best at it, but usually like I try to like talk to them. We figure out what the story is going to be, and then I think about what the hook's going to be, and then I'm like, okay, like I want you to say these words. And so when you look back at our content and stuff, because like 99.9% of everything we post on our page is like it's videoed, it's edited, and it's created by me. So like I'm the guy. So like, but when you have that hook, right, and you just have that guy like, hey, I want this hook. Okay, great. Okay, let's start talking about the story. And then, you know, they'll like, I just keep it rolling. And so they'll say something like, that's great. Okay, hey, can you rephrase it this way? Because I'm also trying to get that thing down, like, you know, and you guys have probably seen where you've got like an 05 or above, they kind of like to talk a lot. It's like, okay, that's great. I love everything you're saying. Like, let's tighten it up like real quick. You know what I mean? And so it's a tricky thing. The PAs are probably like pulling their hair out right now because they're like, this violates everything I've learned at DINFOS. But at the end of the day, I'm also not lying, right? I'm not lying. I'm still letting the soldier tell their story. I'm just trying to get it done in like a very creative and compact way so that way people don't swipe away. Because to me, like in a big thing that was frustrating for me was that like I've spent a lot of time and energy trying to make this stuff and I want people to see it, right? Because I want to communicate with people. So that's part of our job is to like make something that people are going to see, because if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? The answer is no, it doesn't make a sound, okay? Because sound is the interpretation of vibrations through the human ear, okay? So if there's no human ear, there's no human views seeing your product, it's not being communicated, okay? And that's our job, is to communicate. So I know that's a whole lot of stuff that just came out. One last point I will make about, so part of the reason why I do a lot of this too is that it is just me. So I try to get out and talk to guard members and videotape them when they're doing stuff, but at the same time, I also live in a state that's like ice cold for like half the year, and they don't go out and when it's -20 and taking a video of people just doing PowerPoint presentations isn't very good either. So I do it partly for that because it's easier for me to like just come up with a concept and then create it in the office. But also at the same time, like it can be very fast on the back end of making these videos, because like the more you plan and script and decide what you're going to create, the faster you can get it done on the backside. So this video right here, like I thought about it, I wrote a script, I planned out my shots, and so I spent probably about 2.5, 3 hours on the front end planning this part out. And it wasn't like a straight 3.5 hours of sitting there just like trying to burn this out. It was more like I had an idea. I was kind of thinking about it while I was doing other stuff. And then I finally put like thoughts to paper, and that took about 30 minutes, something like that, you know what I mean? And then we spent 5 minutes filming, and then I spent another 10 minutes editing. Really? Because, I mean, these are all like pretty basic shots. It wasn't doing anything crazy, but everything was already planned out. So it was just really just point and click, point and click, point and click, drag, cut, export it, and it was done, right? So that's just another thing to keep in mind, is that the more planning and preparation that you are able to do, it's gonna make everything faster on the back end. So you're not sitting there trying to think out, how am I gonna create a story out of like this 5 hours of footage that I just shot? Yeah. Yeah, things are going great so far. My challenge to you guys, because like I've looked at things and like we do have the largest following across all the social media platforms right now. I've got like 560,000 followers on Facebook, 32,000 on Instagram. We just picked up our silver play button on YouTube, about 114 on YouTube, 114,000 on YouTube. And a lot of those followers are built off of like 3 or 5 videos that went viral. The vast majority of those. Last point I'll say, I like having an 80-20 concept, right? An 80-20 concept. That means I like to have 80% entertainment, 20% information, right? I find that is a really good balance of having like, you know, why are people watching this? Like you have to give them some type of like incentive, right? Because the most precious commodity that we have with our audience is their time, okay? So you cannot demand their time, so you need to provide them some sort of benefit. Like it's either gonna be something that's funny, or it's an interesting fact, or it's like just something that's like they've never seen before, right? And then 20% is going to be that like, you know, we still have a job, so it's the ads, right? It's the like, hey, you can get, you know, $1,000 sign-on bonus for like getting us a lead, or you guys know. So that's something I like to think of too, and that can either be like 80-20 within the video itself, which this was a great example right here, right? Because it was like 80% me acting a little crazy, and then, but I still spent 20% of it. Hey, there's bonuses, right? Like it was still an ad, but yeah, it's just things to think about when you guys are creating stuff. You know, a lot of you guys, like, there's so many resources out there. I learned through Dinfos as a PA guy how to use a camera and how to edit and everything like that. But on top of that, I've probably watched 1,000 hours of YouTube, like learning how to tell better stories and just be more adept at it. There's incredible resources out there that are completely free. So, you know, I challenge you to make more and more better stuff, to tell that Army story, to tell that National Guard story, to tell that National Guard story specific to your state, right? If you do that, like you will get followers in your state, okay? It's like guaranteed, all right? The challenge is just finding those stories and presenting them in a unique way. There's one last thing I was gonna say. Can't remember. Anyway, are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Sorry, real quick. When it comes to being an influencer, brand ambassador, what have you, right? What is your battle rhythm look like? Like how often do you post? How much time are you spending as far as like editing wise? And you know, you're a one-man show, right?
Yeah.
That's our problem in Jersey, right? But at the same time, I think you're doing a better job as far as like your posting rhythm. So can you elaborate on that? Like how you're posting, when you post, what the optimal times are?
So the way I do it, we used to do it when we had like 2 people doing this. The goal was to post something at least 5 days a week, like one post every day, every weekday we would post something was the goal. Now that it's like back down to just me, I've pulled back, and my goal is to post at least 3 times a week. But I'm also like trying to post something that like I put some work into as well, you know what I mean? A big part of it. And then as far as posting times, like it would be better if I posted earlier in the morning for Instagram and Facebook. But as long as I hit like 11 a.m., it's okay. Usually it's mostly like as soon as I get it done, I'll post it, unless it's later in the afternoon, and then I save it for the next day. A big thing that helps me with getting stuff done is definitely having a plan, and then also like, especially when I like traveling out to events or to cover down on guard units. Like I not only have a plan, well, I'll have like 3 or 4 plans, right? Because inevitably, and people who have done PA know, Like, usually when you have a plan and you go out to a place, that plan doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's always really nice to have a backup plan. And then on top of that, having like 2 or 3 other story ideas that I can accomplish when I get out there too. Because like, you know, windshield time is gonna take away from you know what I mean? And South Dakota is actually kind of a big state. It takes 6 hours for me to drive, not even across the state. It's like from the one biggest city to the other biggest city, it's 6 hours. Like, I don't even talk about like going up into the hinterlands, like, that's a whole other thing, right? So like, I want to get the most out of my time. Not to mention, usually it includes like spending the night. I've got per diem and we got a hotel room and like, you know, like I have $400 invested in this trip. Like, I better be like, you can't just make one thing and justify this cost. Like, it's got to be like 2 or 3 or 4 things, right? So yeah, a lot of it is just communicating with people, having an idea of what the hell you're going to do before you go out there. It's really like a lot of it goes back to basic PA principles. And I had just like a great experience of like preparing for that. I went and did a year for Special Operations Command Europe before I came back over to marketing. And like, that was eye-opening and really helped out with like this whole planning things out. Having an idea, what story am I going to tell? Okay, and then all you got to do is execute, right? Like, the more you do on the front side, the easier it is on the back side.
So, in New Jersey, oftentimes I find my mission being pulled, especially in the summer, like left, right, and center. Sometimes there will be, it's graduation season, I'll have to cover down on graduations. I'll have to cover down on things like that, you know? And then on the other end, so-and-so's promotion ceremonies happening, and then then there'll be those like curveballs that you'll get from like ROTC or some cool things happening yonder 3 hours from there. When you're operating at a high op tempo with stuff like that, how do you organize the stories that you want to tell? If that makes sense.
I mean, it really comes down to hitting the easy. You gotta hit the 50-meter targets, right? You gotta hit the 50-meter targets. So, you know, I basically look at what's going on, like what other opportunities are happening in the same area. And then after that, it's like, what is the easiest to do and what is going to make the most impact, right? Because like, I've also done graduation ceremonies and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because that's, like, that is a target, you know what I mean? Like, people like to, like, it's good to have your picture on the Facebook page and like people knowing that like, hey, this is a whole organization of people. Like, you know, my recruiters don't do a whole lot, but one thing they do consistently do is they take a picture when they recruit somebody at MEPS. And I'm diligent about like reposting that, like almost immediately, sometimes a couple days late, but like. But what I found is that NGB definitely reposts a lot of those things a lot of the time. And it's also showing other people like, oh, hey, like, oh, I know Sally, I know Joe, like, oh, they joined the Guard and like their family sees it, like, and sometimes I've had some of those basically go semi-viral on Facebook as well too. Like, I had 10,000 views and it was just a screenshot from my recruiter's Instagram page of him like recruiting a soldier, like, hey, congratulate Sally on joining the Guard. 10,000 views on Facebook as a picture post, right? Like, that's a win in my book. Yep. Yes.
What's your relationship with your state PA, and what do you wish you could get more support from your PA?
I have an excellent relationship with my state PA because the enlisted tech, I deployed with her when we were at soccer, and I was in the IMPAD before that too. So like, me and her are like tight, you know what I mean? And I got a great working relationship with the PAO as well. Like, the bad side is that it's just him and her working as a Title 32. And so they're kind of doing their own thing. They are definitely invested with the marketing page though, because they realize, and not to say, I don't know what every state's like, but like, my public affairs thought as well is that like, yes, you do your public affairs thing, but like, you're also kind of making ads, like in a sense. and like, it's a finer line on there, I understand. But our state PA is definitely invested in like every single unit in the state has a recruiting mission. Like they have to support recruiting in some way, like every single unit, and that includes PA, right? And so like they will like repost our stuff, like if it's, you know, reasonable, like they'll try and get us products or anything like that. And I try to work with them too. Our biggest success recently was we had a Native American who had a religious exemption for his like hair, and so I worked with them. We did it together. I filmed the thing and edited it, gave it back to them. They posted most of the stuff. I like reposted it, but I mean it went huge. It went like huge. And then what was awesome was then like other social media channels like reposted it and everything like that. And like there's probably a good 1.5 million, probably more than that, like if you include everybody, but it went really big in target demographics that we went with the Native Americans and stuff, that this is an opportunity they had. But, you know, like there's great opportunities there with marketing and PA. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Yes. All right, so I know PAs are very much used to this, like going through approval chains to actually self-post it, like say infos on social media, but marketing, I guess the rules are a lot more different that way. So do you personally go through any approval challenges when it comes to posting something? As in, like, do you wait for someone to approve this post, or do you just approve something and just wait for a reaction?
So the way it first started out was back when we had Reed. The way it would start out is like we would make something, and then I would kind of approve it, and then if it was pretty spicy, then I had like my sergeant major and the RRB approve it, you know what I mean? And then sometimes it would still get taken down. But now it's to the point, I've been doing this long enough and I've made enough products that we have a review process where my NCOIC and my Title V approve it, right? Do they sit there and actually watch it? Like, no. Like 9 times out of 10, no. Because they trust me. Like, I've made enough stuff that they know that I'm not going to be like crazy. I'm not going to be like, F the South Dakota. Like, you know what I mean? If I do something that's like a little like, I know that like I'm getting a little bit out there, I'd be like, hey, you want to watch this real quick? I'll show it to them. They'd be like, okay, like whatever. Like I haven't had them really pull anything in quite a while now, but yeah. And then the PA knows that like we're our own thing, they're their own thing. So like we've made a really great like connection there between the two of us. So let me, because you already got one of the, yes, sir.
Hey, got a question. I am the guy that y'all talking about. I guarantee I'm the oldest person in this room.
Oh, yeah.
By at least 12, 15 years. So how do you convince my generation to do stuff like this, and how are you measuring your cost benefit to doing this? And I want to caveat, I was a recruiter for USAREC and the Guard, so how do you convert this? Because in the end, it's about contracts.
Yeah.
So how do you convert this as far as your metrics to convert this to enlistment?
So the way it really started out, and I don't know if this will work for everybody. The way it started out is that we essentially had an 05, the commander of the RRB, just gambled, right? And so we had Reed. I don't know how many of y'all remember Reed. Like, does anyone here remember Reed back in the day? And then also on point of that, a difference between an influencer and brand ambassador. Most people refer to Reed as Reed, not as South Dakota. But like, and he got out, he's off doing influencer things in the Balkans. But anyway, he was in the Guard. He had a big TikTok following, and our commander wanted to take a risk. And at the time, we decided we would have an unofficial TikTok channel. So we brought this kid on to make TikTok videos on an unofficial TikTok channel. And she just did it, right? And just didn't really tell anyone. And so finally, a congressional investigation happened, and Marco Rubio called our tag. And then the tag was like, what do you mean we have a TikTok channel? Like, that was a conversation. I'm glad that it all happened, though, and I'm glad no one got fired. I'm glad it happened, though, because like I feel like it definitely opened up an avenue to people of like a different way of doing this, and you could see that there was a reaction because there was a lot of growth especially in just followers and just comments from people like within the state. So TikTok channel got shut down, obviously. But from there, we took a lot of that stuff, and then he was like, well, I have all this content that I can't use anymore. And so they were like, and we were like, and he was still being paid by us. So we were like, okay, well, take your content and then post it on our official channels then. And then that kind of like took off with everything like this. And then when I came back from my soccer deployment, and then I saw what was kind of going on, I was like, okay, like this kind of like, I can see how this can work out. Analytics side. It has been tricky, and it's one of the reasons why I'm here, because I want to dig deeper into like how I can track that. I created Campo campaigns, and I've like put links into there and stuff like that on certain posts. And I can say that you're very welcome, other states, for your enlistments that I've gotten you. I've got probably like in the last 2 years, I think I've gotten like 12 enlistments. And I think one of them was for South Dakota. I mean, it is what it is, but yeah, I need to work more on the analytics side. I can tell you though that like the nice thing is like from like a vibe sort of sense, like it has been successful, because like just the interactions I have with personnel in the state, the interactions I have with people on the street. Like the amount of times that I went to recruiter school, and a lot of people recognized me at recruiter school and they didn't even know that like I ran the channel. They were like, oh, I saw your TikTok video. And I was like, ha ha ha, we don't have TikTok. They're like, no, you're on TikTok. And this is what happens, right? Because people know that like anything that, the Army produces is public access essentially. And so they would download my video and just post it right up on TikTok. And so I have millions of views on TikTok. I don't know what accounts are like, what's going on, because I don't have it. I'm never playing TikTok on my phone. But like it's like kind of crazy like how that all happens. Like when you make viral videos, and again, this goes back to being a brand ambassador, right? Is that like, I don't care that they stole my video and they're making money off of it, like, because it's South Dakota, right? Like, if nothing else, somebody has like seen South Dakota hopefully in some sort of way, right? Or they've seen some other video that has my face in it, so then eventually like when they do see like my more like the 20% ad part, they're more invested to watch it because they're like, oh, I've seen this guy before. And being a brand ambassador, right, I do that because I mean, eventually I'm not going to do this job anymore. And I want somebody else to be able to take that place as well, or have multiple people take that place. And so these are opportunities that you guys definitely have within your state. Like you have organizations, you probably have people who like are already invested and are already making stuff that you can just, how about this? Like, how about that? Yes, sir.
So I just want to piggyback. So with, let's say the tag creators or majors, my time with EPA, it's more about like, you put a lot of effort to a product, and yes, you show them, and they always go like, okay, that was great. How can we replicate that process? And you go like, well, I need this, and I need this, and I need this. So it's more like a show and proof kind of process. Say like how we make jokes about editing videos, we spend like a whole week editing this really like say a cinematic kind of video. There's a lot more visual value for them. So that's more of a way for them to get involved, especially being where they get invited to like a really good event, and you just have a nice marketing setup. And you walk through how the process works and what's the value, what's so what. That's more of a good visual, like really brief introduction to how they can get involved into it.
Okay. Well, the reason why I asked is because I think there's a bunch of reasons I'm trying to learn all this stuff. And this is like drinking from the fire. So the reason I'm asking is because in today's constraints, as far as our budget and the CR and all that stuff, one of the things that whenever I go to the Guard Bureau and I'm talking with the director, deputy director, they're always talking about, and we're talking about marketing stuff, right? One of the things they talk about is customer acquisition costs, your CAC. What is your customer acquisition cost? Well, you said you paid $400 to go to XYZ to do these things. So they're going to want to know on the back end, what did that produce? It produced the video, but as far as contracts, what did that produce? So that's from a higher level, that's what they're looking at. And then they come to us and they ask us the same thing, but with our courses. Why do I want to have a marketing course? What is the customer acquisition cost? What is the final product, right? When somebody graduates, what are they going to contribute to the overall readiness of the Army National Guard? And she'll tell you, I spend a good majority of my weeks writing white papers or writing justifications for our courses. Eventually, it's going to come down to the battalion level, though, and I'm sure it already is. So these are the things that they're going to ask. I just want to know from my end, when I'm writing my stuff, is this stuff that I can use at the same time within my own writing?
Right. And it's just a tricky thing. It's like the part of this whole concept too is just top of mind awareness. You know what I mean? Where like I'm simply just trying to get people's eyeballs on the thing. And and I've had the nice thing too is I've had people like directly DM us to directly join the South Dakota Guard, and not just people from like Africa. I've had people who wanted to IST. I've had people who like legitimately like wanted to join the Guard and stuff like that. And so we've probably I've sent up at least like 12 different leads to our recruiters. I don't know what happened after that fact because I just don't have time to like track that. But part of this top of mind awareness too, right? Like if you look at Coca-Cola, I imagine that Coca-Cola doesn't get the marketing data of what happens every time they throw up a billboard or they have like a free thing. Like they spend billions of dollars to just blast their name out there every time. So that way you know what Coca-Cola is. Like no one doesn't know what Coca-Cola is.
Cancer.
So I don't know. It's a tricky wicket, and I'm hoping to get that. I'm going to talk to you.
We're going to talk.
Yeah.
Is this problem right now, connecting lead information from your content should not be a problem.
Yeah.
Every other organization in the world who is competing with us, Coca-Cola included, has a direct connection from their content to what they would consider as lead generation, right? So this kind of stuff can be leveraged. And my question to you originally was going to be, how do you leverage micro, macro influencers, and how can you show lead to enlistment from that? And I'm coming to find out that we're not doing that.
No. Okay, it's just me. I'm trying to spurn. Yeah, so I'm trying to spurn out what I can. I still have like my whole other job too. So you know what I mean? Like I'm not joking when I'm saying like I'm going to the warehouse and like moving boxes. Like,
I guess my first question then, if I can use the first part of that question is, how do you leverage micro and macro influencers, and do you have a certain like cadence as to when you utilize micro versus macro?
Basically, we just try to hit the targets when they pop up. So we had, we used Reed when he popped up, and so that was a whole experiment that happened because he had already like had a following and everything like that. And so like we're constantly looking at like maybe people who are within the state who have some type of social media influence, you know what I mean? Part of the problem is South Dakota, there's not even 1 million people in the state, and even fewer people who like create stuff for online. So
how many people are within South Dakota, so your National Guard, by the way? Is there
3,700 in the Army.
34?
Yeah, we have 4,000 between the Army and the Air. Yeah, we are a small state.
Oh, no, that's good.
Yeah. So yeah, it was just kind of funny that like, and part of the goal was just to get a bigger following. Like my goal right now is to have more followers on YouTube than the NGB does.
Is that the larger metric that you're being like evaluated on, was his followers?
I've done such a good enough job. Like we keep track of like follower growth and everything like that, but I have like a lot of freedom.
Sure.
Like they like what they see, and they see that it gets views, and so they kind of like, okay, like, and we made mission last year, so was that totally, I don't think that was me alone, right? But I do think that it was a combination between what we've been putting online and like, okay, so not only did we make mission last year, we also led the nation as far as retention. Like we're #1 in retention. And so like, it's a whole culture concept. Like it's the culture within the units, between the command and everything, their soldiers. But it's also like just showing soldiers like how awesome they are, and like also the SD1K bonus, like the $1,000 you get if you help a lead join the National Guard. Like it was that, the 100% student tuition, like it was like a conglomeration of things that I think came together, but like also messaging that we have 100% student tuition, right? It's like all of that came together, and like, yeah, making mission and having the #1 retention in the nation, like it was pretty awesome.
What are your current goals as far as your content? And do you feel like having background information as to the lead generation, do you feel like that would help influence more of like progress towards those goals?
Yeah, if I could give like solid metrics of like, hey, we got these leads out of this, like the cost per acquisition, right? Like if I had like hard numbers for that, then it would probably be easier to like leverage more money and like maybe get another ADOS back or something like that, create more stuff. But yeah, we'll see. I think it's also tight.
We'll talk.
Yeah.
We'll fix that.
Cool. Any other questions? Cool. Oh, hey, thanks again, guys. I'm really excited. Yes, sorry.
Just real quick. We gotta put people on potty break.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, so for those who don't have a good relationship with their PA team,
Give them some swag. Give them swag.
It works.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, so just how would you tell someone who doesn't have that relationship to make their case? Like, how would you go about making that case?
I mean, to me, like, treat it as a professional army, right? Like, be tactful, be professional, explain your case, talk to the people above, like, talk to who you need to talk to leverage yourself, like, be an influencer. You know what I mean? Go that path first, give them the swag, butter them up, and then if that doesn't work, then you go higher. You know what I mean? Up to and including the tag. Like, if there's a squeaky wheel gets grease. So, last thing I was gonna say, one thing, if you're starting to do this and stuff like that, like I tend to not try to put as much time into videos as I might maybe do. Like I try to go for like an 80% solution, right? That was something I had learned from Dan, who's the guy who writes Community? And
Dan Harmon.
Yeah, Dan Harmon. He said this is an interesting thing. He was like, I always go for 80% because he was like, I spend 80%, I make a thing right, and it would take me twice as long to get it to 100%. And meanwhile, like I haven't made X, Y, and Z, right? So he gets things to 80%, he gets it out there, he's on to the next thing, he's moving on, right? So like a lot of my videos, it's like, okay, like, is this good enough? Like, could it be better? Like, sure, but like, it's 80%. Let's get it done. Let's get it out there because I'm already on to making the next video. And especially if I'm trying to make like 3, 4, 5 videos a week, which I mean, it's just not happening anymore. But like 3 videos a week is still like some time. But on top of that, by doing it 80% and like not investing 5 days into a project, I've thrown it out there. The world can see it. If it does great, that's awesome. Like if it doesn't do great, like I'm not like, I don't have that like, nobody loves me. Like I'm gonna die. Like what am I even doing? Right? So, and that was something that Reed had taught me too, because Reed would never spend much time editing his videos. And I'm not saying don't spend time editing videos. I'm saying that like, he was like, I'm making a thing, I'm throwing it out there, and then whatever happens, come what may, and just like move on with life. Because like not everything's gonna hit. Not everything's gonna hit. And it sucks sometimes when you're like, I spent 10 hours like tracking this in here, and then like what, like 1,000 people watched it, like what am I doing with my life? And just like strive on, man. Just strive on. Like I've been doing this for 8 years. I've probably made like 1,200 videos at this point, something like that, maybe. Like, strive on. Just do that 8%, get it out there, move on, get to the next thing. Like, and slowly you'll get better. You'll get better, you know what I mean? So, anyway, we're probably out of time. So.
Once we bring up some states, well, thank you for your time, Sergeant. Let's give it So I'm throwing states up there. here. I noticed that California is not good at everything. South Dakota is really great at what they do, but during the breakout sessions, that's where we're gonna ask the individual questions. I know we have to be out of here by 1500, but at this time, put yourself like on a 10-minute break, get your, was it Lexer, your white monster, you know, that's a little girl's room if you're a female, boy's room if you're a boy. Oh, early for what's
Oh, yeah.
I like the way.
I got it back.
That's pretty
What's my book bag full of? You want some? You want some dinner? Come on. You want some sausage?
So they got the same. So is that every state has the same? No, we did the shape state, which I don't like. There was other I'm super proud of this. Yes. But I prefer working and I like to call that or at least I mean, my head's so awkward shape that I can never wear something that was okay with skin fullness area. My stuff has to have the backing, the frame. Yeah, it's gotta be soft. Yes, because otherwise I look like it's all but don't do that. It doesn't seem to me. Even if I do that, I don't like this with hair. So thick. No, that was that. You got little boy. Little boy on the street. City boy. Get his turkeys.
Alright, everyone. Now we're gonna go ahead and get back on the schedule. We want to try to give you guys your trade-off 10.
Yeah. Sony.
My name is Sergeant James. My name is Sergeant James Toohey from the Massachusetts Army National Guard. If you asked 8-year-old me what I would have accomplished so far, he wouldn't believe you. I spent 9 years in the Army National Guard, 6 of those years in the infantry, 3 years as an instructor for new recruits. After my deployment to East Africa in 2019, my hobby for cameras turned into an obsession. I had decided to make that my career. Fast forward to 2024, and I made a big decision for myself as I started a new position with the Army National Guard in digital marketing. I've worked on many different projects, but meeting the extraordinary people of the Army National Guard, telling their stories, has been an incredible experience. So unfortunately, I can't be at the symposium this year. I'm at Denfels currently, reclassing to 46 Victor. This is my barracks room, so hopefully my pop-up studio looks pretty good. Sergeant Riley had asked for me to make a quick video about some of my experience and thoughts and how I film. I focus a lot on filmmaking. I do a little bit of photography and graphic design and some other things, but filmmaking is sort of like my staple. So I'm going to share with you 4 pillars of the foundation of how I work. These things are I want to say the bigger impacts of how I function and how I get to the point where I'm at with my videos. So point number one is editing with music. A lot of times we'll see this happen with NGB and stuff where they'll have like some cool visuals, but they put like the most corporate-y, bland music with it. And I don't know if it's a copyright thing, I don't know if it's a creative thing that they're lacking or what the case may be. But, you know, every video we put out, there is some sort of message tied to it, whether it's a call to action, but that call to action has to be sparking some sort of interest, right? And the best way to sell is sell through emotion, right? So we want to sell, you know, excitement and adventure or high impact or making a difference. So like any like heroism when it comes to like medics and all this type of jazz. So there's always an emotion with every single thing. And music is a great way to establish the subconscious on what emotion the viewer is going to feel when they're watching the visuals. So what I do is I will figure out what my messaging is going to be. I will find a selection of music, and not just one song, but I'll pick a couple of songs, listen them over, and then get that idea in my head, go out and shoot. And then when I come back, I'll go through and pick the actual song. Sometimes I've completely trashed all my songs and had to restart, and that's totally fine. It's part of the process. I will slice and dice a song up. I will shorten it down. I will find different ways for it to fit what I'm looking for. The thing is, like a lot of people who are new will just put all their best video clips 3 to 4 seconds and just slap music underneath it, and voila, story has been told. And that's not really how that works. Music has a flow to it. There's a beginning where you have like an intro piece, you have build-ups, you have crescendos, you have choruses, and then you have like outro parts of music. And so you can use all those different pieces to makeshift something together for the time slot you're looking for. This will help enhance the story paired with good visuals. And we can always talk about, oh, this shot's really good, I like that shot, this shot. It doesn't matter if the music and the sound doesn't match what the visuals are showing you. So music and sound is literally like half of the viewing experience. So it's important to take that in consideration. And my second point kind of goes with that, and that is using sound design and sound effects. So I usually record on a shotgun mic on my camera to get scratch audio so that I can get people yelling, I can get the sound of the clinking and clacking of like filigree pieces or whatever the case may be. But all of that helps enhances the viewer's experience. If you look through this through the lens of the viewer experiencing something, your videos are going to kind of fall together, feel more full, right? Sound of helicopters, sound of people marching and going through the woods, or just forest, background forest sounds. Like all of that matters. You can get that through scratch audio. You can look it up online and download it and add it into your video. I've done that plenty of times. I've even taken audio from my camera and reuse it in a different part of the video to just help enhance it. But we want to talk about immersing the viewer, and music and emotion with sound design helps immerse that viewer. And the other thing that helps immerse that viewer is going to be my third point, and that is camera movement or the lack of movement. So you have 3 different things that you could use for cameras, and that's a tripod, that's handheld, and that's a gimbal, right? And each of them is going to do something different for the viewer. Your tripod, you're basically telling the viewer, sit here and watch what's happening. It could be just establishing shots, showing the space, showing people. It could be a long shot, so you're just far away, just peeking in. Essentially, you're telling the viewer, stop here and watch what's happening because of something. Something's going to be happening, right? Handheld is you grabbing the viewer and saying, let's go, or you're running with them, you're going to be right there. And that's going to be a lot more energetic, a little bit more chaotic, intense. And so for that, you want to use real intense moments, but you want to be careful because you don't want it to feel like the viewer is going to get like sick watching the video. So that's where the gimbal comes in. And the gimbal is a great way to break up the handheld action. The viewer is just kind of going for the ride. It takes them away from the bouncing and moving of handheld. And so you can balance the two of them. Now I shoot a lot handheld. I want to shoot more gimbal and tripod as well. So that's kind of something I kind of fell into, just like shooting everything handheld. So that's going to be something I'm going to work on this coming year to balance that out a little bit more. Talking about shooting handheld and getting that viewer to feel like they're right there, that comes to point number 4, and that is build credibility in order to have full access. What I mean by that is it's easy for someone like me, and it's kind of my cheat code, because I've spent so many years in the infantry and deployed and did this and that and got this badge and that badge. So my first impressions are always very easy. I can speak all these combat arms language. I know how to be out in the field. I know how to not be a safety risk or a liability. And give me the op order. I will understand what they're talking about. I'll understand the concepts of what they're trying to do because I was the soldier with the rifle there doing that at one point. I was doing leadership walkthroughs on the range. I was doing dry fires with the different platoons. And then I had the live fire range with like the actual demolition with the engineers. So all of that's going to make a difference. Harder for people who've always been kind of in a support role the whole time, but do everything you can to learn what it is they do and speak their language. Become an asset, add value. I usually go out with the GSA, so I'll go and make runs to go get cigarettes and a Monster or whatever, just to kind of help boost morale. And granted, I have a combat deployment and a bunch of chest candy and badges or whatever, and so first impressions are a little bit easier for me. So I don't have to work as hard for it. I know some of you guys will have to, but you just got to do it when you can. If you can go to air assault school, if you can go to anything to put something on your uniform just to help you to stand out a little bit more. I know it's kind of a cliche, but it helps. Those little things do help. I know there's a lot that can be discussed and there's a lot that goes into it. And I could talk for hours, but Sergeant Riley has got me on a time constraint, so I'm going to cut it right there. And if anybody wants to reach out to me, they can DM me on Instagram or find me on YouTube. Or I'm pretty sure Sergeant Riley can just give you my contact information too. So you can just ask him. I can talk all day about this type of stuff, and I'm always willing to help out others as much as I possibly can. So hopefully you guys are getting something out of the symposium, and I can't wait to see you guys next year. Best of luck.
All right. All right, so everyone that sends in videos, Sergeant Anderson, can you turn it down so it doesn't?
My name is Sergeant James Toohey from Massachusetts.
Alrighty. So I would say for the National Guard, where's MA? Where's the graphic designer? You guys need to keep this man very happy because he destroys NGB. And he's just doing it for the love of the game. So he reached out to me. He's like, my wife's gonna be so pissed when she finds out how much stuff I've been buying on my own. He's like, I spent $25K. I'm like, oh, just in the last year doing taxes. And it's like the military. So whatever the military provides, it's probably gonna get the mission done, but at what quality and what cost? So who still wears their basic combat training undergarments? Raise your hand. You still wear the can?
Just the top.
Oh, okay. But that's a way of thinking. Like, yes, you're gonna spend a little extra money to be comfortable. You don't want like all these like boot camp rashes and all that stuff in your day-to-day operations. And it's the same thing when it comes to doing this type of stuff. And he is like what was X-Men say? Magneto, a god amongst insects. But he's like very willing to help, and this is what the Guard's all about. Cross-train, South Dakota's giving their input, MA, and I have another video from another state that's doing very well, but yeah, you need to keep that guy happy. Put him on ADOS. He's a tech position. He's struggling, but he does it for the love of the game. So I'll jump into the next stage. I just wanted to put that out there. Sometimes you have to spend a little extra money to do a little better of a job. I'll try to get marketing to pay for it. It makes life easier. All right, let's mix it up. Wow. All right, let's get New Mexico up there. I know, was it Sergeant Schumann who was the previous NCOIC?
Yes.
And so he's doing a whole rebranding campaign. He reaches out to me like, hey man, like I know you have a strength. He's got the vision, and if you see him off duty, he's got Air Jordans. He's a very like well-dressed guy off duty, and he's trying to do rebranding for New Mexico. Just walk us through like your day-to-day operations and all that. Sorry, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So Sergeant First Class Romero, Marketing NCOIC from New Mexico. When I took over marketing, right, I saw other states, the great state of California. There's plenty of other states that added their unique state-specific thing to the logo. And I got with my graphic designer. I'm like, hey, we need to add something to our logo, right? And she's like, oh no, that's completely against branding guidelines and all that. But I was new, and I'm like, well, a lot of other states do it, so I don't know, right? So last year was my first sustainment marketing training, virtual, and they go over branding guidelines, all the do's and don'ts, and whatever. But here we are today, and it was kind of, in New Mexico we have a lot of mountains. Those mountains behind that balloon are the Sandia Mountains in Albuquerque. That's our largest city. In New Mexico, we host the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. It's the most photographed event in the world. A bunch of hot air balloons are there. So we added the balloons. The Zia symbol, that red symbol in our balloon, that's what's on our state flag. So then I hit up Sergeant Riley because I saw he does all the GIFs and stickers and stuff, and I'm like, hey, can you make these balloons, move up and down for me? So thank you, Sergeant Riley, for all your help. But yeah, I just wanted to do something in my state to our logo, although, like I said, it is against branding guidelines. I just wanted to kind of do something state specific for us. It's been a big hit. Everybody likes it. That's one of the most recent things I just purchased. That's actually a remote control hot air balloon. It stands 25 feet tall. So we're gonna have that at multiple events and at the Balloon Fiesta. Also, one of the other things we did recently is I was gonna put a skull, like a skull, army skull with a PC, like army type skull and a t-shirt, right? And my commander hates skulls. So he's like, oh no, I don't want this skull on a t-shirt, whatever. And my XO was like, well, what about a sugar skull? So in New Mexico, southern New Mexico, that's very popular, Dia de los Muertos. So we tried a sugar skull, and honestly, that's been a big hit. I don't want it to get to confuse the branding, but now it's been such a huge hit in New Mexico that we put the sugar skull with cross chilies, because New Mexico is the chili capital of the world. We put cross chilies with the skull, but that's been huge. You guys use your bear and stuff like that, but I just wanted to make something kind of more specific to the state. But yeah, I mean, this is all fairly new. This has all happened probably within the last 6 months. So just state specific, adding to it, but not taking away from the actual logo. thought it was a good idea, so.
Yeah,
We'll see
I
what
would-
slack I get at sustainment training, I'm
I
sure.
would,
he'll
I would
talk
say
all
with
about it.
this particular design, that you can do SMSP depending on the background, because the National Guard logo is still a prominent feature, and you have a gold stroke as a holding device to separate from the background.
Mhm.
But for those SMSP, probably no, but you probably couldn't get this one to work. Our bear has a gold stroke, so, and it's in clear violation of the branding guidelines, so. Hey, we go with the normal shield, but when it comes to like state stuff, like we're sending it.
Yeah.
We love it.
If I'm not mistaken, you can do this as long as it's done on organic, unpaid content, right? Like we use, our state looks like a badge. Okay, it's easy, right? So we just put us in there. And as far as I'm aware, as long as it's done on organic, unpaid material, it's good to go.
It's the Wild West, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if every state and territory did something like that, would I get in trouble?
Hey, they can't catch us all, man.
Bird mentality.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
let's figure it out.
I can give you guys a quick, I can give you a quick solution to this. Not donuts. But, back here, so every single month, you guys, and if I'm not, what I understand, you brief your tags, correct? Or at least your battalion commanders brief the tags.
For the most part, yeah.
For the most part, right? What your tags need to do is bring this type of information up to the director, because they brief the director every month, probably multiple times a month. And I guarantee you, not only that, they brief their governors, right? Your tag briefs your governor. This is a simple fix. If your tags and your governors and your representatives bring this up to the CQB level, regulations are written by humans. They'll change this. If you can show, again, the cost of benefit, hey, this is what we're doing, and this is how it helps us, general stuff will change it. Guaranteed.
And see, like, how I was told is like add to it, right? Don't take it away. And I've seen some don'ts examples where they do alter the shield in different colors and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think if you add your state thing to the shield, I think it's cool. I mean, there's a bunch. I'm not gonna name a list of states. I don't want to rat anybody out, but there's a bunch of states, and that's why I was like, there's like 15 other states that do it. So like, let's do it too. And like you said, NGB, it's like every state's different, right? There's like 54 different armies within them, and like the bureau and stuff. Every state does kind of their own thing. But that might be good if it wanted to get pushed to like way up like that.
Yeah, I know the big thing, so this is trademarked by US Army, so the NGB, without the localized placement on top, it's all approved, it's trademarked, you can't touch it unless it's within approved stuff within the branding guidelines. But like a horizontal logo, that's like fair game. I remember that here's why I call it the only Riley, because I get my command in so much goddamn trouble. So for a while, like I'm starting to take over the digital atmosphere for branding, because NGB, they just lack branding on social media and so many different platforms, and there was a great design. If you look at the guard at the bottom of the logo, it says, "What's missing? You are." I took out the U and the R and put it out and put a soldier walking underneath. Mr. Berrigan got a call from US Army. It was like, and then at the time, Sergeant David, the marketing NCOIC, he's like, "What the fuck is going on in California? Are you guys altering the logo?" He has no idea what I'm doing, some secret squirrel stuff. And he's like, "Riley, like, are you altering the logo?" I'm like, yeah, who's asking? Do I owe money? Like, what's going on? And he's like, "You altered the logo," and he showed me. I'm like, "Oh yeah, I did that." And he's like, "You have to delete the 54s stickers like ASAP." So like for this, I would recommend don't alter the inside of the logo. You can add to it, but because Yeah, I got hit up pretty quick on that one from U.S. Army and NGD.
Yeah, in our SMAG 7, Hawaii, they were an example last year on like
They
them
altered the
don'ts.
inside.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they put Hawaii like in that nice font, like the Hawaiian, and it looks cool, like it looks awesome, but yeah. So, I don't know.
It's a good fix. It helps you identify that you are local.
It does.
Right? I mean, we're here to differentiate ourselves from Army, and that's kind of like the big trick. Is, hey, you serve local. You're doing it. You're doing it by showing that you are local.
Cool, thank you.
All right, give it a round. Well, he's got a lot of changes. So who's this one? Georgia. Yeah, they're not like the biggest risk takers. All right, so I'm gonna have the representatives of Georgia kind of talk about their marketing strategies, graphic design, video, just spill the beans.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Marshall with Georgia. I'll talk briefly more on what we use for our net assets. That's the part I manage for. Sergeant Walker, he manages social media and all the graphics that we do. As far as Met team and marketing, we recently got our trailers rewrapped. We wanted some more cool branding on those to kind of draw attention to the crowd as we go out and do marketing events. We created a STEM trailer. Inside this STEM trailer, we have robots, drones, TVs. We took the MOS kits and we installed those inside our STEM trailers. So that you can come inside, sit inside, play the games, learn more about National Guard at the same time. We created what we call a testing trailer. Inside the trailer, we wrap it with National Guard branding. We have tables in there, 10 podcasts in there, testing computers. So they can come in there, sit down, take a test while they're at a football event or anything they have going on. We do the inflatables. We have a lot of inflatables that we take out. So Met Assets is a big lead generator for us as far as that side. The videos.
We talking specifically about that one or just general? All right, so I'll be dead honest with you. I was not prepared to do a brief, but I'll keep it as quick and brief as possible. So like you just
Throwing
said,
you guys in the fire.
Yeah.
Giving it authentic like Joe Rogan, no preparation, just
not a single preparation, just do it live. Old folks out there. All right, so yeah, like you said, so our first class Walker, like I already said, I've been doing this stuff for 7 years and just doing it for RRB. I said like last August. With many of the things that we make, like how many guys actually like use CapCut? CapCut Pro. So for people who are not well versed in video editing of any kind or any graphic design, I think CapCut is actually like the best choice to use for simple 60-second like TikTok-ish videos, because I think those are the most engaging videos. Because with generation, I'm going to throw a little quiz at y'all. What's the attention span of like the average 18-year-old these days?
2 seconds. Oh, 37 seconds.
So when we asked our state historian, the average is 20 seconds. So would you surprised with this 15-minute video? No one, I'm not even gonna watch a 15-minute video. No, that's just not how our brains operate, especially as millennials. So with CapCut, and it's a very intuitive process. So I believe my Raiders NCO made this, because this is from 78 Troop Command, just one of our largest MACOM in the state of Georgia. They made this video, and we all just shared it. And because we work with our state PAOs a lot, and if you guys have brigade UPARs or brigade PAOs, those are usually your best assets, because I'll be honest, there's gonna be a lot of times where a lot of guys will be trapped in the office because they just don't have the resources, they just don't know what's going on out there. So it's a lot. So I believe it's up to you guys just to have those conversations with the NCRICs and they talk to the OICs talk to, I said, brigade commander, and just tell them like the bare minimum of what we need to do to actually get products like these out, especially if you don't have the time or the capabilities, because a lot of y'all are one-man shops for one reason or another. Just know that throughout the regions of the state, there are people out there that can make videos just like this. Did not rehearse that, I don't know how I said all that, but that's in my reservation.
So would you say you guys are net heavy compared to like digital for your guys' marketing team?
We are Met heavy. We just got a graphic designer maybe 6 months ago or less. So he just came on team. So we were Met heavy in the beginning. We did a lot of pushing out throughout the state. And then we got a graphic design. We had social media. So now we're trying to go more into production side. And that's why we're here today, to figure out what we can learn from you all to take back to Georgia and expand on that side of the business.
Okay. And how large is the team out in Georgia, the marketing section?
So currently right now we have 7 on our team.
And how many recruiters do you have within the battalion?
So within the battalion, we average between 120 and 150. I think we're sitting around like 120 right now, between like 120 and 150.
What's your guys' state size? I mean, sorry, how many people are within sort of our National Guard?
Believe the estimated, and this, my money is coming from last year, around 10 to 12,000.
I believe you consider it a large state. I believe so. I know we're up there.
I think Bruno reached out to you about the drone.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I filled in Mississippi, y'all's first sergeant, command sergeant major, and commander on they're wanting drones in Mississippi. So I filled them in. So I think other states might benefit from hearing how y'all got around the drone that we can't purchase.
I know, before he answers,
we can talk on that one.
Before he answers, a lot of big problems with drones is 1, they're too noisy, and 2, another reason why people don't like seeing drones because people get scared, especially with drones, especially with the dangers they face with a lot of people. So that's why people get nervous around drones.
So it's something that we did order. I haven't got any bite back on it yet. Not to say that we won't, but at this moment in time, we have not. I can give you our resource on how we did get that. If anybody want to know directly, what Med Access, again, I say for us, has in the past been our biggest go-to for leads as we try to get over to production. So we have a lot of cool Med Access. We have dump tanks. We just inquired. A lot of things. I'll send those out in the group chat to kind of show you all what we're doing as far as Med Access. Any other questions?
Does anybody here know about Adobe Express?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's another free-ish asset that goes with the Adobe subscription. So basically, you don't have a lot of time to manage with Adobe Illustrator, Photoshop. I think Express is kind of your quickest source.
Yeah.
So Mark, can you send us like how you installed you installed the vocational kits into the trailer?
Yes, I got a video I'll send out.
Okay.
We pretty much took those, unmounted from the box and screwed them straight to the wall.
Okay.
Is it the Gen 3s, the new small ones?
The new small ones they sent out, yes.
Okay, so we're trying to do, we're doing something similar with our STEM training.
So we had 3D machines. We had 3D machines. We have robots, a ton of robots that we have bought a few years ago. We kind of came through and took some of this stuff and just put it all into one trailer to get attention any way we can. We got a fitness trailer that we use as well. It's already equipped. Take that to different schools. Fitness trailer as well.
Does it have stuff besides ACFT equipment, or like what do you have for contents within the trailer?
So it's mainly ACFT equipment. We have the pull-up bar. We have enough weights to do, I think, about 180 pounds. As far as then we have the full ACFT. We do 3 lengths. We can do 3 lengths.
At high schools?
Yes.
And are you doing like insurance liability waivers, or you're just sending it?
I don't do anything.
So ACFC trailers, we have it loaded, right? But when they get to the high schools, recruiters use them how they want to use them. Some high schools will take the whole trailer there, they might just pull up on it. Some high schools, they'll create their own little obstacle course and things to do with the equipment we have inside. They might just put the vest on and do like a set up a little space obstacle course with a vest on. So they utilize it how they want and we bring it out to them.
That's usually like free good content right there. Take pictures of kids, using the equipment. It's gonna get a lot of likes.
And then we have the punching bags. The punching bags are a good one that we use as well. Anytime, so our lead generation, anytime somebody wants to use our assets, they have to scan our QR code. And that's how we get the leads out. So we go to a high school, we may get over 100 to 300 something leads just in one gym stadium. Someone come up and want to punch the punch back. Those lines line up fast. They want to do the dunk tank, or they want to go inside the skate room or anything that we have, they're going to draw those leads in super fast because scan this QR code, you can punch the punch back. Scan this, you can get popcorn, snow cone, whatever we have. And we can draw it on. With the snow cones, popcorn machines, we used to do straight A's, AB honor roll, everybody gets popcorn, snow cones, something like that.
Is that considered an edible because they turn on and off that we can do that with GPC? How
So
is that
we don't buy the popcorn no more. We provide the machines, the recruiters will buy the food products.
That's that.
So they buy the food, but they have no problem using that.
You mentioned QR code generation. Which asset are you using to make your QR codes, and where are those directed to?
So the Georgia Army National Guard uses a website called Unicode, and they have, so the pulling what Unicode is, it comes with data analytics, but let's say if you don't have that kind of resource, again, the W Express, they make QR codes.
Where does the QR codes link people to?
A lot of times we use QR codes. Some recruiters use QR codes straight to their own Google Forms. That's on them. But most of the time when we use QR codes, it's used to go to the Georgia Army National Guard website and they can put in information.
Backslash GA, basically. Yeah.
Well, we'll create them directly and go to a Google ad or a Google code, and then we'll upload those as Campo.
Gotcha.
That's how it goes. As far as the VR, MS simulators, we pull that data out of MS simulators as well. Anytime we do an event, we pull that data out. That was good. They sit up on a table. We just did a large event at one of our conventional centers. We had 3 laptops out. People come up, play a game, we got their leads. Everybody came to the table.
How many annual leads do you pull in from these assets?
I don't have any.
We do have a certified data analyst who can actually give you that information. But it's not something we usually keep track of personally. But that's going to change.
Any other questions?
No, that's awesome. I appreciate give a round for Georgia. I'm going to send everyone on a 5-minute break. Indiana, they're the king of memes. They are the Wendy's of the Guard. They have to log into their page, and they're going to show you how effective their marketing strategy is with memes. So go ahead and take 5, and we'll come right back in.
You got awards for your product?
Yeah.
I'm not going to get you should
And then we can
I'll build it tonight.
Yeah, like the, right, so I'm usually getting they want me to look at and specifically
Yeah.
Did you guys learn anything?
We did.
Because Gonzalez.
It's history, but it's just what you did.
Right. Flores asked me, and so did so I'm saying, I want you to find out why am I going to do this? She also just wanted like guidance on it. The thing is, it's a little hard for me to like articulate. So I'm just like, how do I use social media? So you seem to be the only other person who has actually relatively savvy on the subject. Or at least relatively passionate about it. This is it's just like normal. Yeah. And I wanted to put it in words that you can speak both languages.
Yeah, we can figure something out. I think the intent for the commander is for me to acquire contract. Hey. But in the bio, for our seats, like that.
Yeah, upstairs. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an old building. Yeah. Oh, there's.
Just wanted to say, I know it's involved
You know what, Sergeant Bert? I'm gonna point the camera right at you. I ran out of all my because you're the man.
Oh, yeah, it's made me back. Yeah, I was watching. I've decided to watch it for the 20th anniversary. Yeah. I also I actually this freelance thing.
I loved it when it came to interesting things.
Alright, can you start rounding up all the people? So when you're ready, you clip this bad boy on, and people streaming. How many people there? Sticking my whole face and all that stuff in there. We got 3 people. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I could definitely show you this. But yeah, all these leads are amazing.
Yeah. We can probably go back and forth.
Okay.
Tighten it so it doesn't drop.
We're already doing well, so we process, analyze. Okay.
Oh, is that what? So I think he's figuring that stuff out. I'll put some. Minimize that.
So.
There we go.
Are you having a good time?
I didn't know if you were new, but yeah, we got your boy, Tuhei over there. We got some lot. So whatever's programs, you know.
That is a lot of autism. The learning curve for that one's pretty rough. It's not as bad as but I know some people were like, how do you do audio correction? Pro, like what are some of the stuff? So I might do like my own section, while other people will kind of bring on. You don't have and right. No, I'll have a consensus before I do that. Yeah, and that's something that you have to look at. How do you retain the audience? So, like I'm doing the 15 slides. Fair. So like for the officers,
I can't even hack in my own game right now.
Oh, Larry?
You're such a troll. Every single time, and he's really like and I know. And as soon as I look at my phone, your name's right there.
Sometimes it's wrong.
I would have to make it. This is more work than I do on a daily basis. There it is.
Let me ask you, I'm send this picture to everybody. I've been trying to put the camera and not even supposed to do shit. Right here.
We got Indiana National Guard, Rain Rock before GTA 6.
That would help a lot. That would help a lot. You know, it's like 9,300 kids.
I had like 50 people.
That does.
You believe me?
Stop using that first cycle. There's just rain on it. Thanks for that.
I don't want to tell you.
Hey everyone, we're going to go ahead and get the floor to Indiana, the Windies of the Guard. They picked their battles very tactfully. And not many states are as brave as them. And definitely let's hear from the mastermind that runs the social media page.
How many emotions?
Good afternoon.
Good evening. Yeah.
Good afternoon. It is back.
Yeah.
Still good morning. My name's Sergeant Gertz. I'm from Indiana. I'm kind of the social media / marketing NCO. There's only 2 of us there, so we kind of handle everything just as it comes. I'm here to talk about this great meme / video. To start, I guess, let's look at the results. Almost 6,600, I guess it is 6,600 likes. And it's been kind of growing every day.
And that's not important.
Now, I don't understand what this video means. I don't know if any of you do. But I think that the age group that we're looking for does. I think it kind of shows.
Do they really understand it?
I don't know if they do or not, but it's called brain rot. If you don't know, I should have changed my answer when I said that YouTube, learning from YouTube was like the most unique thing. No, brain rot is something I learned. It's a thing. And so is, you can bleep this on the live stream, so it's shit posting. I learned what that was about a year ago when we had our first video go viral. It was for National Bird Day.
Yeah.
And it was like a cartoon atmosphere with a bunch of baby Blackhawks being fed by a big mama Blackhawk. And that was it. It was just for random National Bird Day.
It's way down there.
Yeah. I'm not gonna see it.
Is that you? Oh.
Yeah. I took my picture from PAO and things like that.
Oh, okay.
It's down there, but.
Oh, yeah.
Baby posting.
It hits all the people right.
How often do you guys post?
I try to post every day. That doesn't happen.
That's a good one right
It
there.
makes it easier with CapCut and Adobe Express, like Georgia was saying. Those are just really fast, really easy ways to get into either meme creation or meme stealing. Now Adobe Express is almost as good as Photoshop as far as their AI ability to take out a logo or take out somebody's.
Is that it?
Yeah, no, I mean that is it. Yeah, that's not the same one.
Oh, this was the second
Oh,
one.
your Easter video or your drop
Yeah,
that was great.
And that's localizing into the population too.
Yeah, if you find the original, it's basically what kicked off the whole thing. It's gotta be close now. Good lord. There it is.
That one.
Oh.
That's a repost, but still.
You reposted your own video?
Yeah, yeah. It was the next iteration, so the next year. But that repost has 3,500 likes.
Is it cool if I hit the view insight?
Yeah, view insight's on a lot of it.
Such a
Just simple, right?
Yeah.
CapCut also has a lot of templates on there that I just try to find some of the most ridiculous ones.
You use a scheduling software to make these in bulk for you?
No, we have the ability to. I find I can point all I want. I do make videos in bulk sometimes. I'll get in CapCut and make a bunch of videos and then just kind of store them to the side. And then it's basically on a daily basis. I'll kind of see what the temperature is of social media. So if the Grammys were last night and it's popping off, I'm gonna make some memes for that or steal memes for that. If there's Taylor Swift is coming to town,
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna do something like that. Yeah, so that is
How many views is that?
All right, let's look at the insight. This is insane, dude.
2 million.
Look how many hours, dude.
Oh my God.
Wow. I think that's more than Elon Musk plays Diablo. That's insane.
Oh my God.
That's how I play the video.
But I mean, that's what happens.
Almost
Like, videos go viral, you know what I mean? Like, when they go super viral like this, you will get like I said, like a lot of like channels are built off of like videos.
Yeah, it's, yeah, go ahead.
So, all jokes aside, when you make these things, like, what's your active strategy? So, like, so hashtag, time of day you post. You mentioned something about like it's trending about the next big event, like the Grammys or Super Bowl. Like, you spend more about strategy when it comes to making music.
Yeah, so you have to be reactive. So like, I'm not gonna make a meme before the event happens because it hasn't happened yet. I can't just plan on what's gonna be funny. I can't plan on Will Smith stuff and that, house on the tent. But it becomes an image that I can use the next day. As far as like time of day goes, I find like 2:30 to around 3:30 in that range is when our videos do the most, like the best. I think it's just timing on when kids are getting out of school, and that's they're all just sitting on their phones. But during the day, they may not have access to it to scroll as much. In the morning, they may not be up or not even looking at anything. And also, I don't like adults do as recruiters. Like sometimes the boost you get just from people that are in helps kind of get that move to go forward.
So when you inevitably get the arguments in the comment section, like how exactly does the engagement, whether good or bad, how does it actually boost yourself?
So as long as it's not something insane or really bad, we want to because it honestly it creates the engagement, and the more people that argue on it, or the more people that support what we're about. Like sometimes recruiters will go in there and argue for us, which creates more engagement, and it also educates people on what we're actually about versus what this person thinks we're about. So I think in one of these, I had like a full conversation with somebody that ended up, I don't know if he joined, but he went to the recruiting office and like tagged us like in his story. It was like walking into the recruiting office just from a video like that. And it's, as long as there's nothing in there that's hateful or offensive, like we'll leave it up. Yeah, this, you can watch it first if you look.
You better not mess with my gang, or you'll be messing with Oopie Goopy, General Munchkin Man, Lil Jim Bob, and worst of all, Larry. You better not mess with my gang, or you'll be messing with Oopie Goopy, General Munchkin Man, Lil Jim Bob, and worst of all, Larry.
Audio or not?
It was just a CapCut template that was kind of trending.
Kind of.
And so I kind of took the opportunity, like, let's make campus grow. And it kind of goes with National Guard service. So also we got them to collaborate. So that's a big strategy that I try to do is on anything. If you can get somebody to collaborate with you, you're obviously opening it up to more non-followers. So I can fill all 5 of the collaboration spots. Sometimes you're only getting one, sometimes nobody wants to collaborate. But if you get like a meme page that does pretty well on its own, and they just want content for their page, you're doing work for them, so they're going to collaborate with you, and then you're going to get double, the engagement that you would.
You guys call it energy?
Energy?
Indiana, on there, your acronym, you guys call it energy? I know.
Not heard of it. I like it.
They call it private.
Oh, okay.
Is this the beef or was that the?
Yeah, that was like a response to these. So we can word at whoever that is. I don't know. But they are a meme page that posts military memes and stuff like that. And it turns out they are from Illinois, I think. And so they kind of
keep with us back over the Michigan thing. So then it became Wisconsin got involved, Michigan got involved, Illinois got involved. We're all fighting over Lake Michigan right now. But yeah, just is there any questions?
Do you find that a lot of people do share content?
No, they're not they're not very supportive yet, but they don't see the metrics, so they don't understand like how much engagement and how much viewership these memes get, and it may not be directly correlated with them walking into the office, but the other day it was. I mean, like, we have proof of it now that this type of content is what those kids 17 to 24, maybe not 24, but 17 to 20 at least, are looking for. This group actually did like collaborate with us. They did this all on their own and then sent it up to us to collab on. So that was cool to see finally like some people kind of getting it.
Well, this one, I wanted to download the video and turn it as a GIF and do a comment of the own video of the video.
You just like spam the whole thing.
Oh yeah, it's right there.
Every single frame.
Real quick, what are you using as far as analytics and metrics? How are you measuring this? Are you looking at the back end of
One through just Meta, like obviously you do the insights, but then Meta Business Suite, you get all the stuff from that. We also have later social, we just got that.
and that's where you're using probably percent small entities and stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, like we also do ads, like paid ads as well that don't look like this. I'm kind of debating on whether I will start doing that.
So those ads you're running to do, are those lead generating something or what are
So
as far as like
Don't pay this please.
yeah, so you just mentioned very quickly, like, hey, we're trying to, I don't know, if you want to get into that realm, what is going to be your return on that? And then you start with paid professions.
Yeah, mostly just for the paid ads, we want leads. So we're already into it, so we've been doing that for a while. But that's just so like they have to go to our profile on this to get to that lead form. But then on the ad, it obviously shows up for leads. They do all right.
Oh, no, so is it a link based ad?
Yeah.
Site or do that?
Yeah, it's a link based ad, and it goes back to the actual IA.
Right, gotcha. So it's going back into the back side.
Yeah. So we can also then track your Canva. So we're seeing how it does through Meta, and then we can track how that lead goes through Canva. So we base the success on link clicks, essentially.
Oh, totally.
So that's one way for us to like improve our ROI.
Are you able to track those metrics? How many clicks you're right?
Yeah, so we can also track, we found a way to get leads and see the leads.
Right.
So that's just also, I don't know how they figure that out. Because before it wasn't like that, we couldn't track it all together.
Do you do those on a quarterly basis? How often do you run paid advertising? You have analytics as to how many leads your campaigns up?
They're all like, I can give it to you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. Rock solid.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so basically all the home. For this one, I put up I gave a Facebook group for a whole recruiting battalion. I put this blank meme up there and said, And
Oh,
then
it was a
pick the best
contest?
ones, and then put it on you. So that way I'm gauging the field, and then they can see that work. So they see that has some value.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Took that in the parking lot of my apartment. It's like right after work, and I bought that cheap bucket and some chili on the way home, and then brought the MRE back.
Where'd you get the chili from?
Walmart. Bought it myself, like the cheapest one.
Jesus. Yeah, we couldn't do this in California.
You can, you just gotta start. You gotta start slowly, and then you build it up. And then once they see the metrics, it's fine.
So like the other one earlier where it's like, the Marines window that you're looking through, they're like, they can read that, blah, blah, blah. I tried doing that stuff like when I first started, and I ran into the problem like NGB didn't like it, saying like, you can't talk down to any other branch, like just a joint effort, stuff like that. Have you experienced any of that?
Not from NGB.
Yeah.
I mean, we've gotten some heat for ones you won't see on here anymore.
Yeah.
But it's just where it's not necessarily that it's gone too far. And it's also changed too, so it's like you gotta go to my closet.
Skeletons are coming out.
I see a lot more respect, like because of kind of what Sarver said is that crowd of like 35 and over, they just 40 and over right now. They don't get it. They don't get it, so they feel like embarrassed about it. Like, it doesn't represent who they are and like the stuff that they fought for and deployed and everything like that. And it's just not. You're not catering to the force. You're catering to the people you want in the force.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to sell this to Joe's out in the field. You know, they love that shit, but.
Go ahead, you want these numbers or not?
Yeah, exactly. So once they started seeing the metrics, we don't get any pushback. Like, as long as it doesn't offend anybody, it's nothing like over the line. Like you're talking about walking that line, they walk a fishing line. Like it's just as and we try to, as long as it's funny or it's really stupid to the point where it's so stupid that brain rot and they go. Half the stuff I don't think is funny. I just see it, I'm like, that'll work. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Sometimes you get one and it's just like, okay. And kind of like Sergeant Ward said, also like, not every single one is gonna blow up. It's just about pushing the same sort of content. I'm not a big fan of this one. My boss
But does anybody have any questions for Sergeant Gertz and how they market in Indiana? It's a little different, but it's working for them.
We're up to 9,800 as of this morning.
Almost 10K.
Yeah, so that was the goal when I first got, or my new boss came to UIC, is he said, give me 10,000 enlistments, or 10,000 followers, we'll take you out on the boat and do all this stuff. I was like, all right, then. And so we just, that's my goal, is just to gain followers. When you make stuff like that, that isn't necessarily like for the guard or for military, you're gonna get a lot of followers from that because they're not already following. Like it's crazy stuff. It's kids that have never seen it, or it's somebody that from a different account that you collaborate with, and that just brings in more followers. That helps your page grow and it helps more people see the guards. So the goal is just to get them here, so we have like the stuff pinned up top, and then all the stuff sprinkled throughout. Like the 80-20 that he's talking about is the 80% is to get you here, the 20% is to get you more necessarily smart about it. So that's kind of the whole point. Anything else?
All right, give it a round. And do you want to log out?
Also, if you guys could all follow, because I'm trying to get to that thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so it's
I'm gonna follow.
coming up on time. So I don't really eat because you know, back and I can survive. live. I'm on an island. So I'm gonna stay in, I'm gonna train with people, but take the next hour to eat, but for the rest of the time, we're gonna cross train. I'm gonna throw a lot more states up here just to kind of talk about the stuff that they do. But we gotta, clean up, take all this room apart because this room is double booked for the next 2 days. So we're out of here by 1500. And Sergeant Cohen, he put the parameters together for these awards. So to do like best on camera, best get. So besides the plaques that I gave out to everyone, and I think you didn't get one. So for those sad individuals, I will have to get your names and I'll have to ship it out to your AO. But for the rest of the day, we're just cross training. We have breakout sessions, and hope everyone's having fun. Cool. Thank you, Indiana. They're my favorite meme page in the military. And I wish you the best. But yeah, take an hour or what?
What's good around here? I don't know.
Big back, big back.
I'm never down here.
Somebody wants coffee.
Oh, no.
No, it's because you don't know where to get them.
What do you
We're not like, we are far from the drowning place that we were in 2022. Like, we are.
I get away with it for a couple of years. Sometimes you just go in there and, sometimes I usually don't do anything, except for asking my host.
So I cleaned up the Kobe's and also Suhei because like no, it's like they didn't get their limiter correctly or all this type of stuff. So, and this is like I've been learning a lot more about audio because with like the R5 has certain capabilities, the data, and I'm like at this point I need lenses, I need to film and rod and kind of like if you're leveling up on like fucking Skyrim or video games, the early levels you're gonna level up, but like that extra like 10% or whatever on those high levels, it's gonna take you so much more time than just getting better in all these. So it's like,
well, that's why sometimes I think like,
yeah.
like I like shooting in 10-bit because it saves my butt sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Or if it's just